Hello everyone, welcome. Glad to see ya. Glad to see the chat popping already. Victus, good to see you. Nancy, always good to see you. Lux in with the early chat. Nick Gamer, welcome to the chat. Glad to see everybody. How are you guys doing tonight? Hope the start of your week is going well. Shaloved in the house. Hey, good to see you. Thank you for popping in. All right, what do we have going on today? Well, we have a luau. That's not till Thursday. We need a quality ingredient. Probably going to take iridium mayonnaise. We'll double check the chart, but we do have backup iridium cauliflower that I know will work. We've got the Birdie Quest I'd like to get done. It's pretty quick to do. We have an upgrade to do on the shed. We got the gold clock. We need to set up shed 4 before Wednesday. That's pretty straightforward as well. I can't pronounce that name. Is in iridium red mushroom. I don't know what that does. Does that give you a bad response? I've done the shorts. I've done that one before. I usually am going for the power gamer move to try to get the friendship with everybody. Yeah, red mushroom is on the worst response. Lose 100 friendship points with all the villagers. That one's pretty brutal. Let's see. What do we have? All right, so gold. We have... Oh, gold cheese will do the trick as well. So gold cheese, gold large milk, gold large goat milk, gold goat cheese. Oh, what else do we have? Oh, if we kept some of our wine, we could probably have used our wine. I think actually, I might have some by Wednesday or Thursday. Pineapple wine. Starfruit wine. We could go starfruit wine. And I guess ancient fruit wine's in there. Could go ancient fruit wine. I'm almost sure mayonnaise is in there. Yeah, mayonnaise is in there. Now we have a lot of options. Garrick, welcome to the chat. Good to see you. Oh, I appreciate it. I appreciate the kind words. It's very nice of you, my friend. Thank you. We enjoy it. We have fun here. I'll take my credit, but also give credit to a community that we have built around the game, which is also a big part of it. Me streaming in the vacuum is only so good, but having you guys to hang out with is definitely... I get that a lot. I think we have a sizable population that either go to sleep or sleep through my streams. And I don't take that as an insult. We are trying to have a kind of a chill vibe going on anyway, so... I apologize if Abby on the drums during the chicken raid wakes you up, because she can get a little loud. Okay, let's see. Let's get some priorities in place here. Gus's birthday, we don't need. He's full up, but that's okay. Oh, I appreciate it. Thank you so much. That's kind and generous. We do need to get this project going, though. Before our next harvest, we need to do this. Let's start here, because I think this is about a 3-hour project. And then we'll see where things go. It depends on how good my clicking is today. What do we have? 462. See how much I messed this up today. So far, so good. We got a road done without any mistakes. Let's just fix that right now. There's the crazy clicking. Not too bad yet. That little spot's getting worse every time we hit it, though. Let's do this. Let's just fill in the side. There we go. Now we'll correct over here. So I'm going to guess, sounds like you're a long time viewer. We appreciate our lurker population. You guys all have value, and I will admit, and I've said it before, I definitely fall into that category on a lot of the content, a lot of the streams I watch. I will definitely fall into the lurker category. I try to talk on occasion, just so that they know I'm there, but I'll admit I get to doing other things, and it does sometimes make chatting hard. It is the nice part about being on my side of this enterprise is that you guys have to take the time to chat. I can just talk. I don't have to think too much about it. Okay, that should be everything we need, because I think we want to put a chest in that last spot. All right. I think we put a keg there, not a chest. So let's try that again. All right, perfect. So this is Keg's Shed 4. Put this in production. And this should be number 74, if I remember correct. There we go. That's 246. That's 800. That's about 2,000. I think we're over 3,000. Plus the cellar now. Ooh, I bet you we're close to 3,500 at this point. We'll do the math again when we put the fruit in. All right, catch up on chat here. I can resemble going to bed stuff. Yeah, get some rest, Victus. About a half an hour. Okay, yeah, hang out with us. Very recently. Well, cool. I'm glad the algorithm is being nice to me. Wow, those are big. Crimson fish. We'll give you the chicken for the crimson fish and the Joja for the 5th skill mastery. Finishing those skill mesh. Now, Lux, are you running any skill mods? Or are you doing just the generic skills? Like, our mastery means you're done with skills? 5 beehives. I've never put anything behind Pierre's store. That's nice. Use that real estate. What's he doing with it? Alright, let's throw those back in there. And we're just going to sell that. Okay. 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, about 3 hours. That's about what I expected that to take. But it's done. Alright. Ancient fruit should come in, I think, tomorrow. Yep. Ancient fruit will hit tomorrow. We'll have to check on our starfruit. I'm not sure where our starfruit is in the harvest cycle. So we'll have to check on that here. Alright, if we look at skills, combat, I think we can get combat to 10, and I'm hoping to at least 5 in this stream. That would be nice. Fishing we'll work on as we go. Foraging is pretty close. Where are we at on foraging? 1,700. So we probably should work foraging. Do we want to start... No coffee today, I don't think, right? No. Nothing on the help wanted. I think we start the Birdie Quest tomorrow. What are these? 3 days on Starfruit. Okay. I think we'll start the Birdie Quest tomorrow when we go out to the island. Assuming it's not raining. Because she'll be inside when it's raining. Hey, Lux, we appreciate it. Let's see, you went blue, so I'm going blue. How about a... We'll go Joja, cola, and blue chicken for Lux. We appreciate the super sticker. Thank you so much, my friend. All right, so let's grab the forageables. Those are important. I'm going to run the risk here. Tractor's been giving us some problems. But I'm feeling like we need to get some speed going today. Let's see. We need our tools. Nope. There we go. So we're gaining no experience from that. That's just for the collection of the materials. So. Okay. Let's see. Let's continue on our foraging run. Probably should clean some of this up. Cut a nice wide slot there. Same thing up this way. We also need to figure out where we're going to put the gold clock. I was actually thinking about putting it over here, somewhere in Grandpa's little shrine area, since it is an achievement. So let's go ahead and let's just clear all the grass, I guess, out of that area as well. The tractor does not recognize height. So yeah, I don't think these trees are permanent. I can't cut them down. So I'm thinking maybe over here somewhere. Maybe down here. That might look all right. We'll play around with it. Okay, while we're out here though, let's go ahead and get some more foraging work done. Grab the apple. Mushrooms and ferns and mushrooms, oh my. Now we did wipe out, during the green rain, we wiped out some trees out here. So they'll have to grow back. But on this map, this whole section here, all these trees, we wiped out some there, we wiped out some there. These all are kind of like the in-town trees. They grow back if you cut them down. So if we wipe out this whole forest, it will all grow back. Where are we on foraging? Maybe that's something we should consider here. You know what? We haven't tapped any of these for any reason. Let's go ahead and let's chop them. We're gonna do a little Joja corporate deforestation here. That's what this area is for, right? It's for us to take advantage of the natural resources. And I'm guessing our inventory is full here. At least that's what it looks like to me. Okay. What are we sitting on? Wee-hee. There we go. Oops, I didn't mean to pull the tractor out. I'm just asking for trouble there. Is that a... let's put that in with our crops, because we can grow those. I know we foraged that one, but we can grow that, though. Oh, another cellar? That could be interesting. It's interesting because we're not actually using casks for anything. We are full on kegs. As a matter of fact, I converted our house cellar over to a keg as well. So I have 0 casks. Part of that's because eventually we'll get 100% conversion rate on our fruit quality to wine quality. So we do okay, but 4 out of 5, the legend. Oh man, yeah, if you're in summer, I've been there where you have to wait the whole year. I suppose, can you catch the legend with magic bait? Like if you did magic bait and 2 curiosity lures that up the spawn rate of the legend, you might be able to pull it in summer. The problem with that is you'd be tying up all of your tackle and bait into things that make it harder to catch. But yeah, I suppose if you really wanted it, you could use magic bait to try to get it to spawn in summer. But I've been there. In my first run, okay, yeah, I thought it still could. My first run, for me, I think it was the puffer fish that I missed, and it was like the last thing I needed for the community center or something like that. Now I was like in year 3. My first run was so not optimized. I didn't know what I was doing, and that's okay. All right, let's see, fruit. Do we put the pineapple in there? Yeah. Grape? Grape I think we have in with crops. But I believe we have that full. So I guess we could keep throwing them in the dehydrator, but 11, 12, 13, 14. We're going to have to start buying raisins, I think. Where are we at on raisins? We still have 2, so we might be able to do okay. Very cool. I've gotten to that way sometimes. I will admit I can be impatient sometimes, but on the plus side, if you're in it for the long haul, just waiting for the next season to come around isn't a horrible thing. All right, let's go ahead and clean stuff up here a little bit. There we go. While we're down here, let's check in on our crops, see what the Jojamos are doing. So it looks like we have 1 strip of crops that we need to plant. All right, so what do we want to throw in there? We got our 25 of everything that we need, so we could put a longer growth crop in there so we don't have to worry about it. We could put a regrowth crop in. We're only a week in. We wouldn't get the maximum benefit of it, but we could throw another 100 blueberries down. It would be 13 days. How many? 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. And then it'd be 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, we'd only get 2. That's probably not worth it. We could throw corn down because it's a 2-season crop, but oh, we could throw some extra starfruit down. Starfruit's actually in season. What's that? 13 days on starfruit. Let's throw some extra starfruit down. Yeah, that'll work. Because I think we have everything. Let's double check, but I think we have everything that we need. Yeah, we have some extra seeds here and there, but I don't think that we... Yeah, I think we're good. The other thing that we noticed the other day is our sprinklers are actually scarecrows. Which means if we wanted to... I think we would have coverage if we actually got rid of our scarecrows. That would give us 3 more crops. It's not a huge deal, but it's something to consider. But okay, let's go ahead and... I say starfruit. Let's do starfruit. Seeds, we should have... Yeah, 899 starfruit seeds. There we go. So I think as some of these crops come up and get completed, again, starfruit is an 11-day crop for us. Oh, I forgot about that, yeah. Because of our farming mastery, we could actually get a little bit, but... So... 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 2, 3, 4, 6. Yeah, as long as we plant by the 17th, we could convert most of this over to starfruit. Okay. Done. Gus's birthday. Diamond escargot. I don't know that we're going to worry too much. No offense to Gus, but once we get to 100% friendship, we're less about min-maxing at that point. But I do feel we should at least acknowledge him. So let's do that. What do we get for island ingredients? Anything good? Oh, the solar panel recipe. We should do that. All right, let's accept that. Hey, Gus. I'm just going to hook you up with the infamous Joja coffee. Joja for all your coffee needs. Happy birthday. All right, I think what should we work on? Foraging, combat, maybe some fishing? I want to do the rest of today. Oh, are you going for the 125? Are you going to try to get the perfect score? I've never done that. It comes down to cooking for sure. Yeah, I've never been able to pull that. You know what? I think it's already 6 o'clock. Let's go ahead and get some fishing going here. What do we have? What can we give? Oh, a grape. We're gonna hook you up, buddy. Hanging out on the beach. Who doesn't want an iridium quality grape? Walk away from me. Hey, all there for you, buddy. Enjoy your grape. Alright, well that didn't work either. Wow, they pushed my chest all the way down here. Maybe we need to be on this side? Let's try that. That's our second set of worm bins that we have lost here. Because somebody's walking down here and messing our stuff up. I've put these down here before. I just don't remember how I did it. Alright, let's try it on this side and see. See if that works better. We're just sacrificing worm bins every time we do it. Alright, so we've lost 4 so far. Let's see, we need... I've made these enough. Let's see if I can remember the recipe. We need gold and iron. We need fiber. We need moss. Nope, it's hardwood. I think it's hardwood, I think. Where? Oh, did we lose the recipe? Oh, what am I looking for? Yeah, I think I lost the recipe. Hold on. If this reset itself again, I'm gonna start to get a little perturbed here. Okay, that's not set to forget, so we should be good there. Artsy! Is Artsy rating us? Hey, Artsy, how you doing? I'll wait till you're here. Got a congratulations to throw out to Artsy here. Okay, I don't see it in there. Welcome in, Artsy Raiders. Good to see you. Furnace cheese. Where is... I think our skill mod has lost us the whatever. Okay, well, you know what? Let's do this then. Let's see if we can just buy some instead of making them. I've made like 8. Lavender Haze, good to see you. Chains, welcome in. Pippuccino, is that right? Pippuccino, nice. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Let's see if Global has them. Nope. For sure, for sure, for sure. Community, I don't think we'll have them. Can I not buy them either? Holy cow, this is getting annoying, actually. No. Global. I would guess they would have been in here. Interesting. Alright, well, we'll worry about this later, I guess. So we'll just leave the chest here and see if they get broken again. Hey, appreciate it, Artsy. I wanted to, if everybody wants to go check out Artsy's channel here, she went out on a limb, I think today? Did you post it today? Where's Artsy's button? Where's your button? There it is. We'll throw your link in for, but yeah, if you're watching here, she put on her social scientist outfit today. Was kind of talking about gamers, streamers, responsibility, ethics. It's a pretty good watch. I commend you for putting yourself out there and taking a stand on something. That's not always easy to do. So nice job there. That takes a little bit of guts. How's the response been? Because I think you just... did that go up today? I noticed you were getting... I think in your stream you said you were getting lots of subs today because of it, so... I know that's not why you did it. But yeah, it was a good watch. Crystal, good to see you. Good to see you. How you doing? Did you come in with artsy or independent? Yay, we leveled. Holy cow, we're at 15 likes already. We've got some chicken raving to do here in a little bit. We'll save it for after our fishing here. Oh, very cool. Hopefully rehearsal's going well. Is it exhausting? Are you just fried at the end of them? So we are trying tonight to get to level 10 in combat. We do have a skill mod in place. That means every time we hit level 10, we reset and we go through it again until we get through it 4 times. So this one we've been through 4 times. We've been through that one 4 times. We've been through that one 1, 2, I think 3 times. This one we've been through twice. And we are on our second time of combat. So we're going to try to finish combat today. And maybe get it up to level 5. Oops. And then we'll fish on the dock. But what's interesting about fishing is the size of your fishing bar is tied to your fishing proficiency. So every time we reset it, we get the small fishing bar again. And we have to work our way back through it. So it's kind of weird. But there is a bit of a bonus. Right now we've got the bonus set at a 10% bonus. So every time we reset, we get a 10% bonus to XP, which makes the second, third, and fourth time through at least a little faster. I don't know. It used to be 25%, and my setting changed. I don't know if I changed it or if something changed it. But we left it at 10% just to make it a little bit harder. Make it take a little bit longer. Go ahead and throw Crystal's link in the chat as well if you want to go check out another cozy streamer. She's all in cozy. She even put it in her channel name. I fell into cozy games. Uh-oh, our fishing tackle wore out. Unacceptable. Actually, we need XP now. Let's go back to... We'll go back to cork bobbers instead of trap bobbers. It'll give us a bigger bar. Bigger bar means more perfects. More perfects means more XP. More XP means less time fishing to get to level 10. There's a journey there. It's interesting because we ran the Walk of Life skill mod on the Deserted Island playthrough as well. And honestly, by the time we were going through on the 4th time, that 25% bonus added up to a point where I think I think we did like single harvests on farming that got us 9 levels or something like that. It was pretty crazy. So the 10% maybe is a little more in line. Although I think we're going to hit perfection by the end of year 2, the rate we're going. You need to buy the gold clock today. This farm is a money-making juggernaut, so we can pretty much do anything we want now. 1 o'clock. Somebody should go to bed. Don't think we're going to get to 500 by 140, 150. We can get 3 or 4 more catches maybe, but if we keep catching crap here. Alright, focus. Focus and get the perfect. Focus on the perfect. Oh, we landed that one. Did you see that? No bounce at all. You should join the not PGA. What's the fishing tournament? Bass Pro? Is that a thing? Alright. Oops. Clicked out of the window. There we go. Oh, wow. Let's see. All 10 skill levels. Ginger Island. That's a lot. We're going to go... That's prismatic shard worthy. We'll throw a prismatic shard for you. Alright, let's get some stuff in storage here. Let's keep that one. Halibuts. What do we have for halibut? We have 5 of those. So that'll be from food. That's food. That's food. We'll probably cook those. What do we have muscle-wise? 3, 4, 5. Yeah, let's cook that. Oysters. 4, 5, 6, 7. We'll cook those. 3, 4, 5, 6. Keep a hold of that one for now. We're okay with clams. Okay. Yeah, let's get some stuff cooking. Probably shouldn't cook trash. That would not taste all that good. Don't cook that. Recycle that and that. That. Keep all of our crabs in case we want to make crab cakes later on. Put that away, put that away. Put that away. Alright, let's clean out our production. And tomorrow we will get ancient fruit and we'll get... I think we've harvested all of our wine, so we'll have a whole new set of wine to make. Now into the fridge you go. I'm surprised we haven't passed out yet. Joja Cola. Alright. I'm going to put it 90-40. 90% we don't make it to bed. Nope. Yeah, I didn't figure we would. That felt like a pass out coming. Oh, we can make crab pots again. Okay, well that should solve that. No, not crab pots. We need worm bins. Never mind. I got all excited. Okay, tomorrow we have... Let's see. We'll hit the island. We'll harvest coffee. I think we'll start the Birdie Quest. Do the Birdie Quest tomorrow. Maybe get the gold clock up tomorrow as well. We should go out and see the wizard. Get our wine cooking away. That'll be our big things for tomorrow. So let's take a quick break. I'll be right back. All right, welcome back, everybody. Let's get rolling to our first chicken raid of that. We got to get it in before we hit 20. Thank you guys so much for the likes. We do appreciate it. You guys all help the engagement go up, which helps the channel grow. So I thank you guys for that. Bookseller. I don't think we need anything on the bookseller. All right. We'll get a slow rave going here. I'm feeling a bluegrass rave. Oh, now that is a band there. All right, crank it up. Let's go. All right. Thank you guys so much for the likes. Oh, now we're at 20 likes, so we'll rave at the end of the day as well. We'll get a double rave in today. Let's see. Let's move me back over there. Let's turn those off. Oops, turn that off. Turn that down. There we go. We got all the buttons pressed. Nope. Turn that off. There we go. Thank you guys so much. Yana, welcome. Welcome to your, I don't know, maybe your first chicken rave? I'm not sure. Okay, let's go ahead and go back here while we're thanking you guys. Thank you guys for the likes. I do appreciate it. Also want to thank our channel members for your guys' support. It means a ton. We've got at the gold level, we've got Nancy and Victus. Steel, we've got Adara. I can't pronounce that name. Lydia, Wally, and Zach. Debbie, Jojo, Lux, Professor H, and Wolfie making up our copper crew. And then these people have lovely gifted memberships. Thank you guys for the gifted memberships as well. I do appreciate it. All right, back to work. Let's see. We have coffee to harvest. We have... Let's get our buffs on. A little crab cake action, a little Joja coffee. Check the help wanted quests. Slime hunter, maybe. Don't know, we have a lot of things to do today. Alright, the Jojamos should be harvesting. So we'll let them do their thing while we do our thing. Get our coffee harvest going. Alright, coffee harvest 1 done. Let's get ourselves out to the island. Wow. Look at all the coffee. Alright, that's all clean. And we'll hope for, but did not get ourselves any golden coconuts. Okay. Let's go ahead and take care of our coffee first here. Oh, we got Starfruit wine. Oh, we got all of our wine came in. Nice. Alright, island coffee. Let's get that cooking. And then let's start the Birdie Quest here. Oh, a visitor? Did you not expect me? I own the farm right next to you. And many moons. What about Leo? Don't you guys talk? I suppose what you're here. I may ask you a favor. Yeah, sure. We just met and all. Go ahead. Oh, absolutely, Nancy. Yeah, I want to see your. Make sure you do the products as well. Have you seen that wrecked ship on the South Shore? As a matter of fact, I stole a walnut out of it. My husband was the captain, a pirate he was. R. Wouldn't it be funny if her husband was actually like Linus and they just didn't know? I think it's proven that her husband passed, but he set sail one day, never to return. Took me 3 years sailing the high seas to find his remains. Sounds like you were a better sailor than he was. I've been here ever since. Guarding his bones. Okay, so it's not Linus. keepsake of his, it would bring me such peace. Wonder who stole it. It's an old photograph that washed up on shore. Takes all I have to offer, but somehow I think it will help you find what I seek. This is like the Rube Goldberg of quests. Alright, we are off. Give me a second. I know, right? Like, here, complete stranger, I have a quest for you. And here's a completely unrelated item that I want you to use to try to figure it out. Alright, what do we got going on today? Bookseller, I don't think matters. Alright, let's head to town. We'll make this a twofold thing. Anybody we see who we think needs coffee, we will do drive-by coffee. We're in pretty good shape with a lot of the villagers, though. Alright, where is Kent? Kent appears to be home. Let's see, Vincent, do we have another grape for you? We do. No, don't eat the grape. Happy to help. Alright. Kent, how are we doing with you? First off, coffee. Courtesy of Joja. Well, thank you. Now I'm going to hand you a picture that I got from a random lady. I just said, random lady. Only one of us made it back alive. A true hero. Well, how serendipitous that I got a copy of it. So this thing that means the world to you, you traded me for crap that you had in the back of your cupboard. Great. Gourmet tomato salt. Alright, we need to coffee up Sam here. Nothing like Joja coffee while you play your guitar. Am I right? Okay, let's see. On the run. Hey buddy, have you ever heard of gourmet tomato salt? Zesty taste, a gritty texture, it can only be gourmet tomato salt. Stardew Valley Rose, I'll take it. Oh, congrats on getting the raccoons done. I've been neglecting the raccoon quests on this playthrough. I think we've done 2 of them. But I don't think we've gotten beyond 2. First off, coffee. Courtesy of Joja. Conversation. And a flower. You're welcome. I love how you guys are all... I give you these amazing gifts, and you just give me crap that you had sitting around for 10 years. Isn't that wonderful? Alright, into town we go. Oh, something else we haven't done. We haven't gone through and done some of the... Ooh, you need coffee. Some of the secret note, like dig up the stuff quests. Maybe we'll get that in. It glowed blue and stayed cold for over 40 years. Like magic. Everybody's leaving. Alright, who's out and about down here? Anybody? Alright, well these haven't gotten destroyed yet. So I think I've got them in a good spot, but my ocean ones have not fared well. First off, coffee. Mr. Wizard. Conversation. And gift. I do want something. Wriggling worm. Alright, while we're here, let's go ahead and knock out the gold clock. So, where do we put it? Do we put it around the house here? Could put it... it doesn't quite center there. Alright, what about over here? How tall is it? We don't want to block Grandpa's shrine. But symmetrical would be nice. How's it look? What about right there? Yeah, it's short enough. Let's try it down one more. Okay, I don't mind that. That's its new home. Alright. We didn't catch Robin today, so we do need to get our next shed upgrade going tomorrow morning. I don't think we gave Alex coffee yet today. Have some coffee while you're selling ice cream. I just assumed Willie would be down here. Yeah. Didn't actually check. Hey, buddy. I think we're best friends, aren't we? We are not. How are we not best friends, Willie? Say it isn't so. But it washed up on the beach not long ago. Well, that was a weird series of events. We should just went to talk to Willie in the beginning, and he could just gave us the locket. Hey, Birdie, we're back. I think we just throw crap on the ground. Here. Take it. Oh, it's sad, Birdie. My poor little healing fairy's blocking her view. Yeah, don't ask me what Willie did to it. Lonely life. Ooh, that's a rough one. He would want you to live your life. Maybe he wouldn't. Maybe he was a dirty scoundrel pirate and wouldn't want you to live your life. That's also a possibility. Well, we're Joja, and we're all for do what's best for you in the moment, so let's go with the second one. That's fair. I do have a house here. You're welcome to stay, but there's no room. It's full of kegs. Fairy dust. $12. I don't remember how many we had. Okay. Another quest done. Do we want to try to knock out Slime Hunter today? We need the combat XP. Oh, island ingredients. We need to knock that one out if we're going to do it. Okay, we have 2 days on that. Alright, so let's see here. Seeds. We have 44. But it takes 10 days. We're just gonna flex some Joja muscle here. Those should be seeds. Alright, let's see, Mr. Tractor. We need to get you a little bit more under control, I think, for this next thing. Okay, let's see. So, grab our extras. Rice shoot, terror tubers. There we go. There's a chance some of these might not grow if they get too far away from the water, but I think we're okay. Actually, we can check. Thinking here. Yeah, okay. Everything looks good. That was weird. Why did you not get... Can we plant down here? No, we can't plant on the sand, so... They qualify, but can't plant there. Alright, how many do we get planted? Not quite enough. We had 144, so we didn't quite get 100 planted. Alright, I'm going to... detractor. Alright, there we go. That's over 100. And they should be done in 6 days. Well before the end of the season. Okay. We shall again detractor. And we now need to start working on ancient fruit, I believe. Equipment. Alright, we'll see if we can get any more raisins out of our grapes here. And if not, those are getting sold. Cheese and mayo. Okay, let's see. An iridium. What are we gonna put? What did we decide? Let's decide what we want to put in the luau. What says Joja Farm? Mayo's, I think we go all in. Let's flex. I think Starfruit wine or Ancient Fruit wine. They both qualify. Heck, they both qualify at the silver level. We're going iridium. We're going to flex on the villagers to show them just how powerful Joja is. Joja. Alright, so yeah, we have iridium starfruit rind worth 4,500. That's only worth 3,300. So okay, so that's going to the luau. That's our special ingredient. Seeds. Fish smoker. Some piece of crap somebody sent me in the mail. All right. Onward and upward here. So let's go ahead and the Jojamos should be done collecting. So this should give us all of the ancient fruit we need. Oops, put you back. Keep the seeds. Okay. That's collection. Let's go ahead and... What do we have? I don't see any iridium red cabbage. So we get our 25 for purposes. We have 25 summer squash. We're good there. 25 hot peppers. We're good there. 25 sunflowers. The rest of that is for profit. Hey, MH, how you doing? Hope you're having a good day. Okay, so the question is 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I think we have plenty of ancient fruit. So this is going to be a batch of completely ancient fruit wine. We'll see how much we can saturate. Ooh, we need to fix that. Kegs outside. Let's go fix that before we put all this stuff in. All right, let's go while I'm thinking about it. I don't think I've ever eaten the pizza. Do I even still have the pizza? I think he sent me some. Food. I have pepper poppers. Lucky lunch. I don't think he sent me a pizza yet in this save, but I rarely eat the food, just in general. I'm pretty bad about not eating. I did. I think I left a comment on the video. I can't remember. Uh-oh. Our Jojamos have not done their job. I don't think it was overly embarrassing. Yeah, you definitely didn't know what you were doing. But there's nothing wrong with that. I think I'll give you 2 critiques / pieces of advice, I guess. The fact that you were figuring it out as you went, I don't think was a problem. That seemed fine. One of the hardest things to do when you're playing and streaming at the same time is sometimes to try to keep the conversation going. It's easy to get just immersed in the game and forget about the fact that you're actually playing in front of other people. So there was a few times where it got quiet, right? You were just playing and having fun figuring stuff out, but you quit talking. But the longer you were going, the less that became an issue. So yeah, all in all, I think you did pretty good. Did you get your scan line issue figured out? I know you were talking about that. Is that what the new capture card is for? Is that going to solve the capture card problem? Or is that what the solution was? I don't know if that made any sense. But it comes with practice, so you get used to just basically talking the whole time. Or it's really nice when you start to get people that show up in your chat and you have somebody to talk to. That makes a difference as well. Okay, so we need to replace this chest. So just as a tip, if you've never done it before, if you have a normal chest like this, we can just drop the chest on top of it and it will replace it. It'll even transfer the inventory over. So that's kind of nice. If you just want to upgrade your chest that way. Hey, Dragon, good to see you. Oh, very cool. Yeah, I know you had mentioned that you got a new card, so hopefully that helps. Okay. Let's do a new version here. Okay, let's see. We have 206 iridium, 582 gold, 951 silver. I know we're going to go through all of those. And then we're sitting on Do we have exactly? Oh, no, there's 2. So we had 999 4 times. And it's like, did it even? Okay, so 999. So I'm doing a little Excel math here, because we're going to use that to try to figure out how many. Come on. How many kegs we have. All right, we'll just delete that cell and start over. There we go. That's better. Okay. So here's what we're going to do. We are going to go into production. So our first is kegs floor 1. We'll slide that in and slide that in. Kegs floor 2. Slide that in and slide that in. Kegs outside. Done. And done. Shed 1. Oh, there was 2 down there that stacked. So we'll 999. I'm going to add 1001. Okay. Shed 1 is full. Shed 2 is full. Shed 3 is full. Shed 4 is full. Cellar. Oh, that's 608 to 50 or 108. Is there exactly 500 in the cellar? That's kind of nice. All right, that leaves us a stack of 999, 999, 108, and 0. So 1892. We have 3,631 kegs. I think we can get that to 4,000. 2 more sheds will get that to 4,000. Oh, for sure. I mean, that's definitely a challenge. Hopefully, the process of talking about something you care about will help with that for sure. No, all in all, like I said, I enjoyed it. We talked about this a little bit the other day. The cool thing about this game is that while I knew the answers to what you were struggling with, that's not what the game is about. It was fun to see you figure stuff out. I think I put in my comment, my favorite line of the whole stream was like, buy back my salad, old man, or something like that. That was pretty good. You had some good one-liners in there. So that was kind of cool. And I think if I remember right, the thing that cracked me up the most is then you couldn't figure out how to eat the salad. And so then you just sold the salad. So yeah, it was quite, the salad drama was actually pretty good. So yeah, for sure. I can understand that. But you had some good moments. Like I said, the whole salad situation was hilarious. Okay, we did save ourselves. Or did we not save ourselves? Okay, that's going to the Luau. So our Starfruit wine will go to the Luau. So basically, anything you want to interact with in general, so food is like this, right? So for instance, like if I want to eat my crab cakes or like this blackberry, you have to highlight it in your bar and then you right click and it'll ask you if you want to eat the thing, right? So if I want to eat my crab cakes, or if you want to eat so basically just highlight your salad, right click, and you'll be able to eat your salad. Yeah, the whole salad thing was hilarious. Okay, let's see. We have 63,000 in sales right now. Let's dump in our wine here. And we now have 5.9 million in sales. That's doing all right. And we still have 2,000 ancient fruit just sitting there. Oh, I'm like, where did my money go? We've spent 10 million on the clock. Okay. I'm like, what happened to all my money? Oh, absolutely. Absolutely, man. Like I said, it was enjoyable. Your personality's coming through. And I think that's you have to decide. So streaming, I think there's different people that do it different ways. People are going to watch you for you and how you interact with the game. So, you know, it's like, and there's nothing wrong with like tutorial sites and people who just break down game mechanics. I enjoy doing that kind of stuff. But yeah, it's like you being you is what's going to drive your channel forward. So. I watched the whole thing. That should be worth something, right? I didn't give up and quit. I don't think I watched it till like 4 o'clock this morning or something like that, but. Okay, I think we got all of our stuff done today. Before let's go make sure there's nothing messed up in our, I don't think any crops came up today, but let's make sure. Oh, they did, too. I'm glad we came down here. Okay, let's see. We're just going to starfruit this up. We've got plenty of starfruit seeds. Right. Where are you? Where did I put... Oh, why do I not see them? Did we put them in... You know what we might have done is put them in the Joja hut. I'll give you this credit. I talked to lots of people about wanting to make careers in whatever it is they want to be. And there's ancient seeds. The thing about it is, I don't know the exact number, but a good percent, there they are. A good percentage of people that want to do something, that's all the farther they ever get. They say, oh, I'm going to do this, or I want to do that. And the truth of the matter is you're never going to be good at something, or you're never going to get your better quality version out until you get the first one done, right? So the key is to just do it, get it done, and you've done that. And that's something to be proud of, right? Like the fact that you took the step, you did it, you got it up online. I don't care how bad it is, and it's not bad, but I don't care how bad it is, because then you can't get better. You can't make the better version until you make the first version. And you can't make the third better version until you make the second version. And so it's just one of those things that just decide to do it and do it. And then the results will come. So yeah, that's the best advice I was ever given. And I like to pass the advice on. I think the way it was told to me is, the only difference between somebody who wants to be something and somebody who does it is implementation. You can talk all day long about, I want to do this and I want to do that. Until you actually do it, it doesn't matter. It's just a dream. But once you actually do it, then you've taken the first step. And once you have the first one, then it's iteration, right? The second one, if think of it like this. If every time you stream, you pick one thing and you make that one thing just a little bit better, every stream will be better than the last, and you'll just continue to advance. So kudos for actually doing it, right? Yeah, so yeah, if you're doing video production, like editing and stuff like that, it's a different workflow. Trying to do things all live on the fly is definitely more challenging. Yeah, from my memory, I'll look at it again just to be sure, but I didn't notice anything. Like you said, you had your one little scan line issue, but even that wasn't detracting, really. So no, I think it was, I think the quality was fine. I didn't see anything that was like, made me want to click off. If you've worked in video production, the other, I don't want to call it a secret, but the other truth is, as long as your video is good and your audio is solid, you'll be fine. If your audio gets bad, people click away. Bad audio, you'll lose people quicker than anything with bad audio. But yeah, I can't say I saw anything that I was like, well, whatever. I'm trying to remember. I had you on that monitor. I think I watched some of it, and then part of it I might have actually been working on my thumbnail during. I can't remember. So I only half paid attention to some of the video. Oh, commercials? Very cool. I've never done video editing professionally. I've done it just for the channel, but I've done some digital animation work in the past, and we worked with video editors back then, but I didn't do a lot of it myself. Okay, we got that planted. We're making strides. We're just making strides slow today. Everything we're doing is taking a long time, but I think we're in pretty good shape. So we got the shed set up. Luau is still 2 days away, right? Yeah, Luau is still 2 days away. Maru's birthday. Okay, we have to get something really nice for Maru to finish off her friendship. Cheese cauliflower. Oh, cauliflower. We could give her a cauliflower if we wanted. Maybe a gold bar. Iridium bar. Prismatic shard. Rabbit's foot. Radio. Oh, strawberry maybe. Do we have... I don't have any extras. We might have to break into our crop vault here. That's why we built it, right? For things like this. We could give her a strawberry or a cauliflower if we wanted to. Oh, absolutely. Happy to help. And again, kudos and congrats. The 90% of the challenge, I think, is the fact that you just decided to do it. So kudos to you. We don't all get there. Conversation on the fly is hard. Yeah, it's definitely real-time live is different. Like, I know when I was making videos, I would do 4 or 5 takes in a row, and then in editing, figure out which one sounded the best. You just have to accept that when you're live, you're going to mess stuff up. Things aren't going to be good. Like, I'm sure my breath sounds are coming through. My ums come through. You just have to embrace those kind of things. Part of it's just practice. Like, I'm a professor for my day job. And so talking about gaming for hours on end is something that I do. I do it professionally. And I've been lucky enough. I've done conference presentations and all kinds of stuff over the years that sitting and talking about games is almost second nature for me. So I don't think too much about it. Yeah, it takes, and I know I even find myself occasionally, I'm like, I'll be sitting here and I'm like, I don't think I've said anything in a little while, because I'll get focused on something in the game. So it happens to all of us. Again, having you guys, people in the chat actually talking makes it way easier. It's way easier when you're live if you've got other people interacting with you as opposed to just narrating your entire thing. Yeah, I'm a university professor for my day job. Okay, let's see. What should we give Maru? Strawberry or cauliflower? Strawberry sounds like a better gift than cauliflower. Just saying. Yeah, most people know this. I teach game design and development is what I do for a living. So, like I said, I talk about games all day long. Gold, gold, gold. Did you get your 125, or is that not happened yet? Okay, let's see. Anything else for today? We didn't get to the slime thing, but we could do that tomorrow. Yeah, we still have a day on that, so we can do that tomorrow. We got that planted, but we have 20 days on that. If we're going to go see Maru, we'll probably run into Demetrius. So let's get a pufferfish as well. Anything else needed for tomorrow? I think that'll do it. Oh, for sure. Yeah. 3 more in-game days. Yeah, I could give her a gold bar. The question would be, would that be enough? Actually, it's only 2 hearts. It'd be really close on her birthday. I might give her the gold bar. So I'll give you the teacher speak version. I never give anybody an F. People earn the grade that they earn. It's not on me. How's that? Maybe gold bar. Then I can maintain my stock of crops. Yeah, let's give her the gold bar. It's an old teacher thing. Like, I'm just there to record the results. You guys earn the grades. I just report. All right, let's get to the bed here. Teachers have egos as well. They're susceptible to flattery. All right, let's take a quick break. I'll be right back. All right, welcome back. So our wine sales did good by us. Crop sales did good by us. Where's our big hitters? 1.4 million for Starfruit. 1.6 for Ancient Fruit. A lot of wine. Sold a lot of wine. Yeah, well, the answer is you do still have a lot to learn. This game has a surprisingly large amount of depth. The retro graphics. The retro graphics disguise a relatively complex gaming system. It's like everything else. I've streamed every day for November, December, January, February, March, April, May, June, July, for 10 months now. So I would hope, it's like after 10 months of doing something every day for 4 or 5 hours, I hope I'm getting better. If I still sucked at it, that'd be crappy. Okay, let's see. That goes. Well, I appreciate it. Those were very kind words. Okay, let's see. We're close. We're close. We've got Maru's birthday. We got to see. Actually, we need to go visit the Robin Demetrius family because we need to upgrade a shed, and that's Robin. We need to turn in a pufferfish. That's Demetrius. We need to find Maru for her birthday. So we just need to go up there and talk to everybody with Sebastian, evidently. Alright, let's go ahead and get a chicken rave on before we do anything, though. Because you guys have gotten me to 25 likes, and we do appreciate that. So we'll throw Joja on the screen first. Let's get the rave going. Crank up the chickens. I think we're due pirates. What do you think? Let's go island first. Where is the gourmand? We'll go island tropical here. And then we'll go pirate. This one's chill, man. I like this one. This is a good song. What says beach culture more than a Junimo? I think the loop on this one is really long. All right, let's get our pirate rave action going. All right, let it rock. Lost my cursor. There we go. All right. Thank you guys so much for we're 25 likes already. We do appreciate it. All right. Anything new? Nothing new. So what do we have to get done today? I don't think we have a lot of farm work today to worry about. Thanks, George. Thanks, Willie. So again, delivering value, spangle seeds. Sure. Caroline hooking us up with the parsnip. Town Luau. Oh. Got a couple crops there that got missed or something. Alright, looks like we have summer spangle. So when they get done harvesting that, we will go ahead and upgrade all that to starfruit as well. Speaking of starfruit, I can't remember. We've got to be close to harvesting starfruit. Let's go check the... Is there a tree back here? Alright, that's got to go. These are just going to cause problems. Alright, 1 day left. 1 day left on that. Okay. Let's see. This should be the mountains. Yep. Alright. We just got to wait for Robin to open. Thanks, Nancy. Blue chicken for Nancy. Nancy, Victus, Lydia. Dread was in that category. Some of our very early. Lux was in pretty early. Some of our early supporters. We appreciate you guys. Whoa. That was... What would that have been? Chub, bullhead. Probably a sturgeon. Yeah, I bet you that was a sturgeon. Alright, we have to go after the treasure. It's a pirate imperative, my friends. Alright. Let's go take care of some business here. Alright, business thing number one. We need wood and stone. Upgrade another shed. 2, 3, 4. I think we can get 13 sheds in there if we want to. Alright, we should be good friends with you. We are. Maru. Alright, 2.2 hearts we need to get with Maru. Let's see if the gold bar does the trick. It sure enough did. Thank you for the suggestion, Nancy. We appreciate it. Alright, we're done there. And then old Mr. Demetrius hates fish. He wants them all killed. So we'll give him the puffer fish. I guess while we're up here, we need the combat XP. And then, let's see, Seb, are you... Yeah, we're maxed out there. Oh, we triggered a cutscene. Well, what do you know? Oh, I think this is where she hurts us. All right, Maru. I sure will come in. A new project, something big. Looks like a teapot. It's just one component. Let me show you a little demonstration. Just put your hand here. I don't like where this is going. And now I'm going to flip the switch. Ah! You electrocuted me. The fact you have burn cream in your drawer should tell you something. Just saying. You better be. It hurts like crazy. I'm so sorry. I'm there for you. If you were hoping for a moment, that was not... Yeah, that was not good. Alright. We cleared our missions. We've got crops we need to plant, so we can't stay late in the mines. But we should be able to go down and get our... How many do we need? Defeat 8 sludge. Alright. So let's see if this works. Defeat 8 red slimes. Well, it might not work with caps lock on. I don't think it would. Kill 8 red slimes. Yeah, I don't think there's functionality in the deluxe journal to do that, so. Alright, here we go. So we'll get the prospector quest going here. We have to crack these rocks anyway to get an exit. Oh, excuse me, get an exit. Beautiful. Prismatic shard and everything. Well, this map's not going to get us any red slimes. But we just need the combat XP as well. So we'll go ahead and fight our way through it. Alright. Nope. There we go. Now, if you do it out of muscle memory, when you eat like that, you can also hit the Y key, so you don't have to click on yes. There's danger in that because other things can pop up and prompt you. And if you just get in the habit of hitting the Y key, you can sometimes agree to something that you might not want to. Like exiting Skull Cavern, or something like that. So I, most of the time, just click on it. Okay, there's one. Can't say we were finding a lot quite yet. The RNG gods and goddesses are keeping the slimes from us. Oh, this was a crappy map. I hear a bat, but we can fight it, cool. If not, we're just gonna keep looking. We'll let the arrow kill the bat. We'll just keep looking for an exit. Oh, the elusive slimes. When you don't want them, you can't get away from them. And when you do, they're hard to come by. We'll get that forage XP though. Alright, there was 2 on this level. That's not too bad. Maybe there's another one down here. Get all this free forage XP though. Yeah, there's one more. Alright, 3 on a level. We can get some stuff done at 3 per level. And then this looks to be... Oh, there's one guy up there. We need... Oops. Can't pickaxe him to death. Well, you can, actually. You can fight with your tools. They just don't do a lot of damage. Accidental scepter. I've done that many times. To the point where I'm actually surprised I'm doing it in this playthrough. A lot of times I'll keep my scepter on a separate bar just so I don't accidentally travel to places. I've done that many, many times. The only thing worse than an accidental scepter is accidental farm warp totems, because early on in the game those are pseudo rare, and wasting one just to teleport back. My favorite thing is to teleport home and then immediately teleport back home again. It's like, oh, that was great. Let's see. Okay, we've got everything we need. What are we at on XP? I don't know if we should necessarily grind for XP in here. We're better off just to go to Skull Cavern and get the big XP, so... Alright, Lewis. Hanging out with Pierre, are you? Hey, I took care of your slime problem. I did. Not really too much trouble, thanks. That's your borderline TMI here, buddy. Alright, Mario's birthday we took care of. Oh, Jesse. Done. Alex. Alex wants some coffee. Where's our coffee? Did I store it? Or did I sell it? If I sold it, I'm gonna be upset. Or at least as upset as I can get. I'm gonna guess I stored it somewhere. Oh, that's making me a little nervous now. Okay, well, let's sort our stuff and then we'll see if we can find our coffee. If not, we'll have to start back over. What am I looking for? Fish. Rainbow trout. We'll keep that. Carp we've got better, I think. Yep. Largemouth bass. We're good there. Alright, we can cook those. Need to sell that crap off. Alright, if I stored it, I thought it would have been in there. Sometimes I just put stuff in weird places, though, so... That does happen sometimes. Oh, I bet you we have a lizard that's been hatched, so we should go take care of that. Let's see. We'll pull the tomatoes and the hops. The flowers we'll pull here in a second, because we're going to want to unify the color on those just to make our life easier. Throw that on the ground. Okay, let's see. We won't cook that. Cloth. Okay, I did put it in here. So we have not lost our coffee. I feel better now. Fish. Who wants to cook a fish? You do. Missed a couple eggs. All right, resources. Store that. Crops. Get our 25 tomatoes. 25 hops. And the rest, we're going to go ahead and just sell. Tomato, 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 tomato. Hops, hops, hops. Grapes, fine. Parsnip, fine. Crush it. Sell, sell. All right, well, the whole point of that was to give Alex a coffee. All right, that's done. That's done. That's in process. We're actually in pretty good shape. We could monster musk up. Let's go ahead and let's go plant before we do anything. And then I think we'll monster musk up and head to Skull Cavern. See if we can get ourselves some XP in the realm of combat. Alright, done and done. What do we got left here? 2 days, 1 day. Everything down here is regrowth, so I'm not too worried about that. Carter, welcome to the stream. Glad to have you with us. Oops, we don't want to go to the island. How did you find us? I don't recognize your name if you've been here before. If you have, welcome back, but... Or if you're just a long-time lurker, welcome to the chat. All right, we are monster musked up. Let's go ahead and get our hard-earned floor 100 reward. Oh, that's good. What's that one? All right, we've got a perfect one, which is 0.9 and 30 to 35, 2.1 at 16, 1.3 at 14. It gives us a third arrow, though. That makes us more offensive. So, Ace, good to see you, my friend. Welcome back. How's your day going today? We probably should put our crystallariums down. And we've got 3 or 4 of them now. 300. Nope. That was, I think, 305. 310, something like that. Orange sapling. Cherry bomb. I've been on those kind of days. I'm doing well. Kicking into my second half of the day for sure. After day job, we go to night job. Okay, you know what would help? Man, I'm like, this is slow. It's because we lost our arrows. There we go. Now we're talking. Oh. They sound like fireworks going off. Pop, pop. Oh, can we finally make our... Yeah, we can make our iridium bands because we finally got the recipe back. All right. Solar instance, void essence, and iridium bars. Let's do a little crafting in the mines because that's where you want to craft stuff. All right, iridium bars, solar and void. All right, glowstone goes. Okay, let's just do a little ring reorg here. Okay, we want that one and that one. And what's the next most important? We'll have gain energy and gain health. Let's put them in that. Health and energy. All right, we'll go defense, critical, critical, increase attack. All right, listen. Okay, yeah, that bigger magnetism is good. Because we can throw this one on if we need a little more magnetism, so... Alright, we'll just put those on for crit right now. Those two I'll probably replace eventually. Alright, little Mr. Serpent. Come to us. Alright, I think we pulled that from there. Alright, we got a little quest. Couple of shop questions. Absolutely. Happy to answer anything I can within the realm of legal, moral, ethical, and privacy concerns. But beyond that, I'll answer whatever I can. There we go. The musk is kicking in. Alright, I feel like... There it is. So there's got to be another one of these special singing stones. Woo! Talk about chaos in the mines. Here we go. The ice rod's making a bigger difference than I thought it would, though. By freezing out the enemies, we take less incoming damage. And we can deal with the swarm tactics of these little boogers a little bit better. How far back are we going to knock that back? Today when Bruce. So the industry right now, oh, we can't reach that, is struggling a little bit with how is... Okay, that made a difference, so we're going to use it. Is struggling a little bit. So the game industry as a whole, with how AI is going to work. Now, currently, in the way the world works right now, if two people come up with a game idea independently of each other, both create it, and they don't, like, if you directly steal somebody's stuff, that's one thing, but IP does not protect ideas. So you can have two people come up with independent ideas, execute those ideas separately, and there's not much one can do over the other. Now, I think the core of your question is linking to the fact that, like, well, that's true if two humans create something. But what if they're both derivative AI pieces of work? Because those are built off the same language models and all that kind of stuff. Right now, nobody knows. That's part of it. It's part of the frustration. But this is going to be a little pessimistic. Unfortunately, what I think you're going to see is in the AAA spaces, the big game companies, you're going to see more AI derivative work kicking in. Okay, this might be bad. Because they can put out product faster and cheaper. But I think that creates opportunity for independent development because they need to do creativity to compete. So I don't think it's like gonna kill the industry, but there's definitely some worry there. But let's see, getting back to your original question, two similar games that come out because they're AI derived. That happens now, right? Games come out that, like, the whole definition of a genre is because games are similar. Is it going to get worse? Yeah, maybe. But I think we as the game playing public are going to be the ultimate deciders on how much of this happens, because if we accept it, if we play these games and they're good enough to play, then they're going to keep making them. But if games that are completely AI derived end up being just like, nobody wants to play it, then they'll quit making them because there's no money in it. I don't know if I answered the question there, but copyrights can fall into play. Right now, there is a huge question mark about who owns copyright on AI derivative work. So I'm not a lawyer, but my rudimentary understanding of what I've studied on copyright is one of the rights of holding the copyright is that you can make derived works off of that. You can make the argument that that's exactly what AI language models are doing, in that they are deriving off of other people's work a copy of something. And so depending on your definition, if you define then AI work is derivative of the source material used to train the AI, then by definition, it's a derivative work. And by definition, the copyright on that work is questionable at best. Now, where it gets a little bit complex is you can hold intellectual property rights to something that you made derived off of something else. You don't own the rights to the original, but you own the rights to your components that were added to it. It gets crazy in the world of copyright. Copyright law it's rough because the copyright laws were written at a time where deriving a work was hard. Like, if Nancy painted a painting, and she's an amazing painter, and I wanted to make a copy of that painting, then I had to be a good enough painter to sit there and copy it. Well, that's not the case anymore. It takes zero talent, even if you're not using AI. Right, let's just say you see a picture you like on the internet, you can just right click and copy it. There's no skill involved in that. Arguably when the camera was invented, that was the start of this journey, right? Start of the journey of, it doesn't take any skill to get a second copy of something. And so our copyright laws have been working on figuring that out ever since. AI is just making it harder. Now, I think people's biggest problem with a lot of the AI issues we're going through right now is the sophistication of the AI. So, in the game industry as a whole, we've been doing AI-driven content for decades. This isn't new. The entire backbone of how Minecraft works is technically, by definition, AI created content. We usually refer to it as procedurally generated, right? So it is an algorithm. Now, it's not using a language model or a learning model like current AI is, but basically it's using an algorithm to build content. So we've been doing that forever. Now, obviously, the thing that's got people freaked out or worried is the sophistication of current AI models are making the work much better, worse in some cases, but much better, or the quality is there, or different things like that, and that's concerning. I don't think we're going to get to 410 here. We're running out of time. So when I talk to a lot of people about it, it's the act of copying, stealing, taking credit for other people's work, the ethics in it, all that stuff. I want these guys too bad. We're just going to pass out. I don't care. And get as much XP here as we can. Okay. That is a practice has been around forever. It's just a matter of the tools have gotten better. So what we have to figure out as a society, as a creator community, is what will we tolerate? How much will we allow to happen? Because it's not new. It's just getting more and more sophisticated. Is it fundamentally wrong to use somebody else's work in a way that they did not intend or didn't give permission to? That's at the core of a lot of the AI problems. And if the answer there is yes, we've got to figure that out. That was a little rambly. I'm not sure if I answered any of the questions. So. But you see this a lot. Technology drives this, right? The whole point of technology oftentimes is it takes a thing that we've already been doing and makes it easier, more automated, quicker, more efficient. But at the root, the problems that we have, societal problems, the problems that we have from a creative standpoint, from a whatever, are still there. They're just made worse. They're made more relevant's not the right word, but they're enhanced because now it is just so much easier to do, and we never actually, as a society, dealt with the real thing. Like, we sometimes call it shovelware. Look at all of the games. There are companies that just go out and essentially rip off people and steal games and recreate them. That exists without AI, right? That practice has been around, and it's frustrating when that happens to you. AI is just making it easier. So I don't blame the tool as much as the intention behind the tool. All right. Hopefully that helped. That was question number 1, I guess. You said you had multiple questions, so I'm going to take a quick break and gear up for question number 2. Or we can follow up on that one. Just let me know. I'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone. Yeah, that's good info, Nancy. Are they safe along the right-hand side then? The east side of the pier? Is it just the west side? Well, speaking of rain, looks like we got rain coming. Or do I need to move I might need to move that whole system. I still don't think I can make new... Yeah, I need to get my fishing up. Yeah, yeah, source code is protected. You know, you can get IP protection rights on source code. You know, I think you can protect it under copyright. You can protect it under patent a little bit but patents you have to disclose it. So a lot of people don't do that. You can protect it under trade secret. That's another way to do it. It tends to be more how the whole thing was put together. So for instance, right, like if it's simple enough code, if we sit down to write a decision logic, an if statement or a for loop or something like that, there's only, you have to do it within the syntax of the engine, of the work, of the programming language. So you can't change that. But the body of work is kind of like, use this as an analogy. If I say the word dog, cat, Bob, green, and red, I can't protect those words, right? And we both write books and use those words, we can't protect those words, but I can protect the implementation of the story that I want to tell. And source code, it kind of falls into a similar category. It's like the for loop, the if statement, they're not protected, but the body of work that creates the thing does have some protection. Yeah, it's definitely, part of the problem is, again, the complexity of the work that we now do is far beyond what our original copyright laws were designed to deal with. And so there's some gray area. And where it gets really crazy is, while there are copyright laws, there are no copyright police, right? There's nobody that's going to protect your rights. If you find somebody infringing on your rights, you have to take them to court and deal with it. So it's not even like, you know, unless you know it's happening, it might be hard to catch. It's definitely a weird space right now. But yeah, as long as the end result versus how you got there, because you can actually beat patents that way as well. You can get the same result that somebody else gets, even if they have a patented process. If you get there in a different way, that is completely legal, right? What do we need for this? 20? We're only at 12. We're gonna have to start concentrating on the island here, instead of just using it as a corporate coffee farm. But yeah, I think we're in for some... some landmark court cases are gonna hit. This is gonna get litigated here at some point. It's gonna have to. And then that will set precedent, and that precedent will start to figure out where we're gonna be when we go forward. Where it lands, I don't know. The other thing that you'll have to keep an eye on is you have the governmental regulation side of things, but also we'll run into situations where company policy might be not in contradiction to government regulation, but it might be put in place. So for instance, YouTube just updated its terms of service to basically make it so that it's very difficult to monetize AI work. And what they mean by that, you can still use AI on YouTube, right? They haven't banned that. But what they're trying to do is they're trying to get less of the, I just put a bunch of information in a prompt and the AI built the script, it built the video, it built the audio, it edited it all together, and I just hit publish. They're trying to clean that up, so they just updated their terms of service to try to deal with that. And it's not a new section, it's just a clarification on an old section. If you pay attention to your terms of service. We all do, right? Nobody ignores their terms of service. Okay, let's see. We need to do some work here. Yeah, AI is going to be a hot button topic for... Actually, we have the luau today. We're not doing a whole lot of anything today. For quite a while. That's going to be a big one. All right, good luck. Good luck, Nancy. Blue chicken for a 125. Good luck. So, VR is an interesting one. Hold on, let's put that in there. So I've been doing VR work since the 90s. I got my first degree in virtual reality in 1995. And so I've been in that world for quite a while. VR as it sits in today's day and age, where you... I mean, it depends on your definition. So let's get some definitions out there. VR can be any interactive thing. Most people think of VR as putting on the helmet and doing all that kind of stuff. But your phone is probably the biggest AR VR platform that exists in the world. But setting all that aside, you know, if we think of VR as the classic, you put on the helmet, you immerse yourself into another world. There are limitations to our current setup, right? We sometimes call it, oh, cool. It's a barrier, right? The way that we interact with our worlds creates a barrier, and that barrier is what keeps us grounded in what is real and what is not real. I fully believe at some point, as we move forward in the world, we will get simulations, technology, implants, don't know where it's going to fall, that will make it so that it is difficult to distinguish where that reality and fake line lives. And I will admit that concerns me a little bit. It concerns me from the standpoint of, if we can't tell where that line is, all of a sudden the information, the excuses, the whatever you want to call it, the justification to why video games are not bad is based around the concept that a normal human being can tell reality from virtual, right? Any well-adjusted, mentally decent, normal human is not going to get confused and be like, oh, I didn't know that was real. Like today I'm sitting down, I'm like, I won't wake up tomorrow and be, oh, I wonder if I harvested crops for real yesterday, right? That doesn't make sense. Will we get to the point that we cannot distinguish a fantasy world? Oh, we got more harvesting to do. A fantasy world from a real world? That is definitely a concern, because part of the whole point of escapism in video games is the fact that you know it's not real. It is the fact that it is... Have we not been putting deluxe fertilizer down? Oh, let's fertilize this. I don't know what. I thought I had fertilizer down here. But the fact that we have that barrier, that ability to distinguish reality from fake, is a big part of why video games are games. Will we get to the point where we can't make that distinction anymore? If we get there, then yeah, I will admit I have some concerns with where things might go. Let's see, tractor. And so now you're getting into the world, you know, of sci-fi a little bit here. You know, if you start to think about it from the standpoint of, oh, what was it? Total Recall. You know, those kind of movies where it's like, if you can't tell the difference between reality and the virtual, what does that do to us? So yeah, there's definitely a concern there. I don't know if we're going to run out of starfruit seeds, so let's go ahead and grab those too. Let me get back to the original question though. Future where VR does become good enough to serve as a form of escapism from reality. Yeah, I think it will get that way. Now, I don't think it'll get that way with the current technology. I think helmets, I think all of the things that make current VR game simulations, all of that. The whole point of everything we do is it does create a bit of a barrier where we can tell the difference. So I think that we're safe for a little while because the technology is not that advanced. Now, if we start talking about implants, where you get an implant and thoughts and feelings are directly transferred. Okay, what time do we need to get to the luau? Hold on, let's make sure I don't mess this up. It's 1:30. 2 o'clock, okay. Once we get to that point and you can't tell the difference, I think that changes the narrative, right? It changes the general concept of what is entertainment and what is real. Yeah, that is concerning. Hey, even the dog's here. Look at that. So yeah, the question then becomes, if you get into the world of escapism, where is that line? Where is the line where you can no longer tell the difference? Like the human memory is horrible. If you really think about it, it's very unreliable. What we think happened isn't always what actually happened. There's all kinds of elements to that get a little bit crazy. I did. I brought all kinds of stuff. Actually, I didn't, but I don't know if I ever got to an answer there, though. Short answer. Do I think that we will get to a technology point where you cannot distinguish reality from simulation? Absolutely. I do think we will get there. What does that mean for us as a society? I don't know. What will the safeguards be? I don't know the answers to those things. But I do think we will get there. So I'll use this as an example. I haven't played the Grand Theft Autos. I played a little bit of Grand Theft Auto 5. Grand Theft Auto 4 is probably the last one. San Andreas, I think. San Andreas was the last one I put any amount of time into. Vice City was my favorite. But I was watching the trailers for the new Grand Theft Auto. Some of the stuff that they're putting out. And I'll admit, at least for me, and this is just my personal bias, I'm not excited about playing the game. And I'm not excited about playing it because I think it is getting too realistic. I like the fact that when I do these actions within a game, there is a clear delineation between reality and game characters. I like the aesthetic of Grand Theft Auto. As it is getting more realistic, it has less appeal for me, right? Because the things I do in the gaming environment, I don't necessarily want to do in the real world. And so for me, that's the first step into kind of what your question is about. The first step of that is I don't want it to look ultra realistic. I want it to look like Grand Theft Auto. That's what I care about. That's what I want to play. And so I like stylized graphics. I think they do a lot for, honestly, for me, that makes the immersion more immersive, right? So, okay, let's see if I answered that one. Could you be fed gruel, but had to be convinced it was $5 would be a bad thing? Yeah, so now you're getting into kind of like, you know, if you think like the Matrix, right? We're getting into the Matrix type of things. It's like, if I can send your brain signals that convinces it of something, is that not real? You know, what makes that real? What makes it not real? You start to get into that kind of stuff. If you think about it, human perception is a strange thing because we perceive the world based off of the equipment that we have to perceive the world. What I mean by that is we have vision, we have hearing, but we can only see in a certain spectrum of light. We call it the visible spectrum of light, which is just absolutely arrogant because it's only visible to us. Like, it's visible only to humans. Like, even some animals on Earth see outside of what we call the visible spectrum of light. But we define visible by what we can see. Audio is the same way. There's certain frequencies that we can hear and certain frequencies we can't. It doesn't mean that that information doesn't exist elsewhere, right? If you look at the energy spectrum of light, essentially, and then you start to pull that down into like X-rays and ultraviolet and infrared, there's a ton of information there. And so how we perceive the world is solely dependent on what we can observe. And from that standpoint, reality is strangely enough, it's a construct that we put in our head. If you want to read something that's interesting, go find, there's some papers that have written about this. It's a cultural thing. It's not a physical thing, but there are some cultures that do not have a separate word for green. Green is just a shade of blue. They can still see green, right? It's not that they can't see the wavelengths of light that we perceive as green. They just don't have a separate word for it. And from a culture standpoint, that changes their perception of the world, right? To them, grass is blue, or the equivalent of. And so I haven't read a ton about it, but there's some research there's a number of cultures that don't have words for certain colors like that. And it changes your brain mapping. There's also some interesting research that pops in there about when we talk about the senses. The 5 senses are what we've all been taught, but really most people believe there's somewhere like 27 to 53, I think, are the numbers I've seen the most of senses that we have. The senses we think of, the 5, sight, sound, smell, taste, touch, are basically, those are our sensors. Those are the things our body can perceive. And then we take that data and we develop things from it. So if you're born blind or born deaf, that gets reworked. There are some people that have a condition called synesthesia, where the data gets mixed up, and so they can like taste colors because of the way it gets into their brain is different. And so that becomes interesting. There's also some research I've seen that talks about if you give somebody the input, that we can essentially develop a new sense. And so there's been some research in that world as well. The human brain is a crazy thing. I don't know if that answered any question, but it was fun to talk about. But yeah, so your premise, right? Like if you're just eating paste out of a tube, but you think it tastes good, then maybe it does. Who says it doesn't taste good? Oh, is Morris not here? Is this the second festival we're gonna miss Morris? I'll have to look for him here. Wizard, Leo, Krobus, and the dwarf. I didn't see Morris about. He was up here around the governor last time, I thought. I thought he was standing right next to the governor. Yeah, I don't think he's here. He's ditched us in year 2. All right. Let's go ahead and put in our ingredient. And we're going to flex and put in our Starfruit wine of iridium quality. That's a $4,500 bottle of wine that we're throwing into soup. That is sad. Governor? Well, wait till you taste this soup. Hope the kids don't eat it. Four is your favorite? Yeah. Vice City was mine. I liked Vice City. Yeah, it's anytime you're talking about chips in your brain or neural interfaces or things like that, there's so much that we don't understand that it'll be interesting. You know, especially it's like if the brain passages have never developed, you can't just send a signal. Like, how would the brain interpret that? So I don't know. But yeah, it's definitely something. Now, I don't know if the studies were done on people who had lost their sight, but I know they have done some things where they have made people, I'm going to air quote, see rudimentary images like wireframes or like just white dots or stuff like that. And they've been able to get the brain to process that. The closest thing I've ever done on that, I've been in some of the neuro helmets, if you've ever seen those, where, you know, you can interact with software by thinking about it. And so I've been in some of those, and it's interesting because they have mapped those to the point, and they go through a little bit of training, but like the simulation I was in is you kind of went from spot to spot, and then you think about this and you think about that, and the simulation would react. You think about something rising up and it would rise up, right? And so you get into that kind of stuff, and it's spooky. It's a little weird because I think about a thing and it happens on screen. And so whatever software they were running, they were able to get it. And it, you know, it went from person to person, and it could interact with all the different people. And I think that's mostly pattern matching, but yeah, it is one of those that there's so much of the brain we don't understand that it is going to be a little bit crazy. Did you get it? Did you get 125? We'll do a little mini rave. Let me move me over there. There we go. A little mini rave if Nancy hit 125. I just saw Lydia pop in. Hey Lydia, how you doing? Good to see you. 2 pics of screenshots in the Discord. Let's see, we'll throw the blue chicken in there. I have never hit 125 in the fair. All right, let's see if they like the Starfruit wine we threw in there. Congrats, congrats. Yeah, a lot of it comes down to, especially when you're talking about implants, replacing lost functionality versus giving new functionality is definitely something that's going to have to be dealt with in the semi-near future. Debbie, how you doing? Good to see you. That's right. We put an iridium $4,500 bottle of Starfruit wine in there. We're going to get the whole town drunk. Oh, did we not get that last year? We must not have. We didn't even get the best thing, so we just nailed an achievement too. Okay, are the kids going to eat? Let's watch and see if we get the kids drunk. I see Vincent. He didn't move, so we'll pretend that we didn't give the kid wine. Okay, let's see. How far did we get? We still have some planting to do here before we go to bed. We have 2 hours. I think we can get through it. Now, here's where we're going to have to be a little careful. This is where the game likes to crash, because we've done a whole bunch of stuff all day long. And then we'll pay for it here. Okay, that one's done. I think we got all the cave done. So let's pop out to the winery here. One, two, three, four, five. Okay, winery's done, the tree house is done, and I'm pretty sure we got the cave done. Before the luau, but let's double check that. Yeah, those are done. And downstairs should be done. Yep, that's done. And then let's go check. We need a plant down here. Alright. The nice part about crops is as long as you get them in before you save, you don't have to worry about like what time did the processing start. So, alright, I think we got everything in. Starfruit, Starfruit, Starfruit. Still got plenty of time for those to all go out. Nancy's having a pirate rave. All on your own? Subject to paid game features, be a DLC or pay to win. Wonder why players are willing to spend thousands of dollars for pay to win. I don't care for pay to win. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, I don't like the pay to win type of things. That being said, I am very much for the industry figuring out other ways to monetize our work, because game development is getting more and more and more expensive, and just charging people more and more and more for games is not going to work. We'll eventually get to the point where people are like not going to pay $300 for a game, right? It's just not going to happen. 12, 13, 14, 15. We're one raisin short there. So I'm not against many of the systems that we use for monetization. It's funny, I was talking to some people just today, and I came to the realization that for me personally, I play a lot of MMO games, or over the years I've played a lot of MMO games. I have had a subscription to an MMO game for nearly 30 years. Now, different games, but I started subscribing to MMOs back in the late 90s. And so I have essentially had a subscription to MMOs for almost 30 years. And that was crazy, right? I'm also a person who has purchased multiple copies of some games, like definitive editions and things like that, because I want to support the developers to keep creating content like that. But, you know, the general concept of game monetization is one of those things that gaming is a business. And if we want it to continue to be a business, game developers have to make money. Now, I think that sometimes there's greed involved and things like that, that is concerning. But for the most part, game making is an expensive thing to do. And if you can provide other ways for people to give you money that don't break the gameplay, again, you brought up pay to win. I'm all for it. If you want to pay a game company $50 to put on a different kind of hat, I don't care. Knock yourself out. In the industry, or in marketing speak, they're called whales. If you want to, I don't know if you've ever heard the term, but look up the word whale, WHALE, when it comes to gaming. And it is a category of players that spend tons of money, especially in like free to play or games where they have microtransactions and things like that. You'll see people that are dropping hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of dollars on mobile games and stuff a month. And so they do exist. Hey, Random, good to see you. Welcome to the stream. And so it is one of those that so game development is interesting. The core of game development and everything that we do in game development is mostly about transferring one resource to another. If you think about it, almost everything you do in game is just a resource management simulation. Whether you're drinking a potion to make your health go up, enemies are taking your health down, you're using your energy to fight an enemy to get loot, almost all of it just at its core comes down to the changing of resources. And so if you take that metaphor, people who pay extra money to get X in a game are doing the same thing. They're just doing it in real life. And so the analogy I always use is if it's a single player game, so what you do doesn't have impact on other players, and you make a lot of money at your job, why not allow you to spend 3 hours making a ton of money and then skip some of the grindy components of a game by giving the game developer money? So I don't have a problem with most of that stuff, personally. But there are lines. Gamble packs, that kind of stuff, there's some issues there. The pay to win, like you mentioned, there's some issues there. But yeah, actually, there are companies that now hire people with the title of monetization designer. That's their job. Their job is to figure out how to design the game so that people want to pay money to play the game. I have family members who have had that job title, actually. So it's controversial for sure. But it is one of those that it's a gaming business for a reason, right? There is a business aspect to everything that we do. Okay, let's see if we can clean this mess up. I think we'll pull the seeds as well. But yeah, it's like everything. There needs to be a balance to it, right? Like there needs to be a balance to monetization systems. You know, like I don't want to see developers charging a ton of money just because they can. You know, that's also not right. So, did we get no normal flowers? Is everything of high quality? Got gold, iridium, and silver. I don't see any normals. Unless I'm missing them somewhere. Alright, let's see. Is there any more flowers in here? Nope, I don't see any. Alright, let's see. Crops. And melons? Did we put melons in here or not? Nope. Okay, hops we have in there. Yes, we do. Peppers we have. Flowers we now have. Alright, the rest of that goes to sales. If we wanted to optimize, we probably should actually put our hops in kegs and stuff, but our kegs are busy. Alright, seeds. Store those. Think makes what do you think makes the game development more expensive? GTA is costing something like over. Yeah, so money is an interesting thing in game development. It's twofold. The development budgets are going up. The sheer amount of work that it takes to build that much content is insane. Both in time and assets and things like that. You also have to factor in the marketing budgets. The marketing budgets for AAA titles are often as big, if not bigger, than the development budgets. So that is a factor into it. You know, I'm going to do a little back of the napkin math here. Let's say we're going to have a team of developers and they're average making $75,000 a year, which is probably a little on the low side, but that's what we're going to go with our average. We're going to put in benefits, and then we're going to say, like in a Grand Theft Auto team, you could have a couple hundred people working on that team. So let's say we have a team of 250 people. And then let's say we're going to do development for 3 years. So in salaries and benefits, we have just eaten up $112 million in salaries and benefits, right? So the scope of these giant AAA games is almost problematic. It's like, to get these things done, the sheer amount of content and time and effort it takes is just insane. So now I'm going to make sure I did that math correctly. So 75,000, add benefits. Let's make our team smaller. Let's make our team only 100 people. And then we work on it for, it's probably going to be closer to 5 years, but let's just say 3 years, right? So this is a more modest game. So a team of 100 people working on a game for 3 years is $45 million in salaries and benefits. That doesn't count software licensing, doesn't count keeping the building running, it doesn't count whatever. And so it's the scope. The scope of these games are just monstrous. Yeah, and you know, again, they're more in a maintenance mode on the Old Republic, but even then, the Old Republic at its time was one of the more expensive games ever produced because of the amount of content that they built. It was 250 million, something like that. I can't remember the exact numbers, but yeah, it's easy. It's easy to eat up that money because now if you have 100 people working, you have to have potentially 100 computers. You have to have the building to house them. You have to have the software licensing for all the software that you're using. It's just to build the amount of content they're putting in these. It's also why a lot of developers, even developers that are in the AAA space, are moving over to the indie space. If you think about this, now you take a team, let's say you're still making roughly the same amount of money, right? So let me go back on my calculator. Oops. Nope, clear. Exit. Clear that. There we go. Even with all the benefits and stuff like that, So you take a team of 5 developers who work a year and a half on a small indie game, you're looking at a development budget or a salary of about 1.1 million as opposed to hundreds of millions, right? That's easier to make back. So you will run into that. That's why you're seeing a lot of people want to go more indie. The development cycles are quicker. The games are smaller. You get to work on more games as a developer. I know developers that have been on the same game for 5, 6, 7, 8 years. Just still working the same game. It gets a little grindy. What are titles like Rogue, NetHack? Yeah, it's obviously some of those games were made that way because of necessity. I think that the rat race of technology to try to make games bigger, better, badder, and when I say badder, I mean in the good way, right? Just like has created almost like a technology arms race that we have to keep making stuff bigger and crazier and more realistic and things like that. I don't think it's sustainable. I mean, we've kind of hit photorealism at this point anyway. Well, think about this. Look at the game I'm playing right now. Nobody's going to look at this game and be like, holy cow, that's so realistic looking, right? Like the core of our industry is fun. It is the gameplay. And I think that for a while we have lost that. I think in the push to make everything more and more and more and more realistic, we sometimes forget that a fun game is a fun game, even with light graphics or even no graphics or a text-based adventure or things like that. I don't know that you could bring those games back, but I am concerned sometimes that we have maybe lost that thing that is very special about games. Okay, we're just going to throw that in there for right now. Because we are always working to try to get the best of everything type of mentality. All right, I think we got everything planted. I think we're good. But, you know, I don't know. It's every industry will be self-correcting, right? What the players want ultimately will be what happens, what becomes the reality. Call it retro gaming, call it whatever you want. You know, it tends to be cyclical a little bit. Sorry, I smacked the mic. Hope that wasn't too loud. Yep, voice actors for older public. The voice acting was a big expense, right? For sure. Well, it's also why they couldn't keep up the 8 individual stories. That was unsustainable. There's no way you could afford that on the Old Republic. So. All right, let's slide into bed, and we'll keep this conversation going. Feel free to keep pinging questions in there. I'm happy to talk about my thoughts of the industry. But I'm going to take about a 2-minute break here. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back, everybody. Maybe there we go. Game sometimes OBS takes a while to find it. Sometimes I think changing the scenes messes it up. Let's see. Do you think the industry where pretty graphics wins, the graphic designers and artists sometimes get more clout than the coders who have to grind out the boring lines of code and make it work? So I think that is highly dependent on who you ask. So for instance, 2 red mullets. Is there anything we need to do because it's raining today? Pelican Beach. Okay, so there's the Jesse scene that you were talking about. Pelican Beach, Pelican Beach. Alex should be home. We can knock that one out. Okay. So let's answer it multiple ways. Answer number 1 is I think designers and artists tend to get more recognition from people who aren't aware of what it takes to make a video game. So the public, essentially. I also think, though, the public looks at artists, designers, and programmers in different ways. I think, by and large, people look at designers as, I could do that. I can make up a game because it's just coming up with game ideas. And design is so much more than that, right? There's psychology involved. There's just so much more than that. But there's kind of like this general feeling that like anybody can be a game designer. And I don't think that's true. Artists are often looked at by a lot of people with kind of they have a talent. And if I don't have that talent, I could not do that thing. Right? You see that kind of general mentality when it comes to people thinking about artists. Programmers are often looked at as not talent, like that raw, ingrained, natural talent that an artist has, but more of that is hard and they are really, really smart and I don't know how to do it, so it can't be done type of thing. And so it's interesting how we look at the different skill sets of artists, designers, and programmers. Now, as games have moved forward, part of the reason, to go back to your other question, part of the reason that games have gotten more expensive is because it takes a whole lot more work to get the artwork done now. Artists do make up part of that added expense. Now the programming is more complicated and the designs are bigger, but art's a big factor in that because it is a lot of work to get all those assets created and built. You know, we forget things like I want my character in game to have 10 different outfits, 8 different weapons, and I want to be able to change the color of my boots and all that kind of stuff. All that takes art, or at least sometimes we do it with what we would call procedural generation or shaders or stuff like that. But like, yeah, a lot of the added expense to creating games has come from the visual side of things. All right, let's see. We need to name a lizard. Who wants to be a lizard? Is that right? Is that how you spell it? Aye, Captain? All right, we have 2 lizards, 2 rabbits, 2 ducks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. All right, that's full. Both of our buildings are full, I think, now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, I think there's 12 of those in there as well. Okay, let's see. We'll throw the coal in there. What do we need to do today? We probably should... We need to get our combat. We got to get that done. Help wanted quest. 2 red mullets. Maybe. I don't know. Pelican Beach. I think we will go and Let's hit some of these. So we need to get into... Oh, when is Jesse at Pelican Beach? Okay, let's find... Does he go when it rains, I think you said? Okay, 1 o'clock. So 1 o'clock we need to hit Pelican Beach. And we can knock out a couple of cutscenes. Yeah, 12. Yeah, 12 and 1. Okay. Museum at 1. Okay, what's Alex's schedule today? He should, because it's raining, hopefully he'll be home. Okay, we'll hit Alex's place in the morning. Yeah, I think we'll spend the morning knocking out these. We can bounce around town, give away some coffee. Oh, we need to go see Robin. No. No, Robin's still working on our building. Okay. I think... Wasn't yesterday coffee? Yeah, yesterday was coffee, so we're good there as well. Okay, here's what we're going to do. While it's still early, let's jump out and get some foraging XP. Yeah, it's like, you know, it's like... The way I've always described it is, think of a game development team as building a house, right? Your designers are the architects. They're going to make the plans. They're going to make a lot of the decisions on how the house is going to be, where you're going to put the rooms, why is there a bathroom here and a bedroom here, what's the layout, where is all that happening. Programmers are very much the craftsmen, right? They're the electricians and the HVAC guys and the concrete and the roofers and the framers, and they fundamentally build the way a house works, right? They give you the tools and all the components that are needed. And then the artists are kind of the interior decorators. They, you know, they're going to do furniture and carpeting, and they ultimately, strangely enough, are the ones that turn a house into a home, right? Like they take all these components, they take this empty shell of a building and they turn it into something that we want to live in. And they're all important. You know, you can't do what we want to do without any of them. They're just different. And then the other thing about the game industry is almost all of the jobs have overlap. And so you're always working together or on something or with somebody, and it's a very collaborative environment. Alright, I'm getting lazy, so we're going to tractor all this out. Okay. Let's head to town. Actually, we could have just done it this way. So if we can get enough cutscenes done here early... There we go. Is that... Cool, that maxed out foraging again. I think we'll still try to get to Skull Cavern today. Stardew's success. So yeah, a couple of things. There's obviously care that got put into this game, right? So there's that component. Sometimes it is a bit of luck. I think that luck is involved as well, because it took off. It was a big deal, you know, from the very beginning. I think part of the longevity, you know, so a lot of games come out and they're very popular and people love them, and then the audience tends to go away. Most games get the vast majority of their sales in the first like 2-3 months. That's just the norm, right? I think part of the longevity is there's a ton of depth to this game. There's a lot of, if you play through it different ways, you will see things you've never seen before. There's Easter eggs and all that kind of stuff. But arguably, I think one of the more important components of the depth of the game is the modding community. If you played through this game, if there were no mods for this game, I don't know how many playthroughs I could continue to do. It would just be like, I've seen everything, right? So the fact that it has a vibrant modding community, I think it took a game that was a highly successful, amazing, whether it was a lightning strike or just the, the Concerned Ape just nailed it. It took that and it elevated to that next level that has kept it relevant for 10 years. I don't know that Stardew Valley would be where it is today if the developer hadn't embraced that modding community, from what I understand, the 1.6 rewrite, maybe 1.5, but the 1.6 update originally started to try to make the game easier to mod. And then it ended up, he added a bunch of content, but that wasn't the original purpose. And so I think, yeah, it's a combination of all those. When a game goes big, it's usually not just one thing. It is, you have an amazing core here. You have a spirit of this game just captures something in us. And then you stack on top of that things like the ease of mods and things like that. Kerbal Space Program, I put in a similar category. The core vanilla Kerbal Space Program game was fun, but it's the modding community that made it amazing. To the point that I think they finally released Kerbal Space Program 2, and it's not as good as 1 with mods, in my opinion. Okay, look at all these books. I've been reading a single one. Well, it's good that you have a bookcase in your room then. But you nailed it as well. Sometimes it's just, for lack of a better term, it's magic. It just, the stars align, like the game released at the right time. The community loved it. You see this in all kinds of industries where something releases and it fails. And then 10 years later, a similar thing releases that takes off because it was just the right time. And so, yeah, there's some magic here, for sure. You're a genius? That's not true. We'll go with that one. In psychology, that's called multiple intelligences. You can do it, Alex. You can do it. Well, Alex, I may be smarter than you, but I do answer to Joja. Joja. Okay, it's getting weird now. Dude, put your shirt on. Do you think the little fairy flying behind me makes the scene or ruins the scene? So it's going to be interesting on the original, your lightning strike question. It'll be interesting to see if and when Haunted Chocolatier comes out, if it is as successful, right? Like, is it just something magical that he has, or was it just the game just struck that right nerve at the right time? And obviously the Haunted Chocolatier will do well because it will come from, there'll be enough people that love Stardew that will give it a chance, but will it match Stardew's success? There's no guarantee of that. We shall see, if and when it ever comes out. I just watched a video the other day. Somebody was doing some speculation on it. I don't think you're going to see Haunted Chocolatier for another 3 to 5 years, which is sad because I want to play it. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see how that one does. Because I think this one did, lightning struck on this one for sure. No worries. I'm happy to answer questions. And they're all just opinions anyway, so. We didn't get a mass exodus of people leaving because they don't agree with me, so I guess it's not a bad thing. Don't get weird, Alex. I'm twice your age. Okay, we can have that conversation. How about the fact that you didn't think I could catch a football because I'm a girl? Let's talk about that. But I think he also... I can't remember if he says that if you're a guy or not. We can still be friends. Just don't get weird. Don't get weird. No. Okay, you made it weird. Yeah, for sure. This is it's what we call an edge case, right? It is if you get into game development, obviously everybody would love a game that went this crazy, but it's not the norm. This is, for every one Stardew, there are thousands and thousands of games that failed or only did okay. So yeah, it's a tough one, because it's like, no one, even he would tell you, it's like he didn't go into it thinking it was going to become what it became. Like, it is just, it's insane. It's an anomaly, really. All right, Penny, go inside. All right, let's do some checking on some friendship here. We're basically stalling. We're stalling till 1 o'clock. Or at least whenever Jesse gets to the beach. But that's true of a lot of products, a lot of different things. It's just sometimes it's about timing. It's about when it comes out more than what it was sometimes. Alright, we can give you coffee. How close are we getting, Kent? Are we friends yet? We're almost down to a single heart. Yeah, 17 away from our final heart. Maxed out. Ooh, Sam only needs 41. This might be the magic coffee. Bam! Enjoy your coffee. Alright, Vincent. Ooh, only 30 for Vincent. Okay, come on. Tell me I have a grape somewhere. I might have sold all... I had 25 grapes. We can give him one of those. If we need to. Crocus. Blackberries. Alright, we'll grab one out of here. Oh no! We've already given you 2 gifts. 8 points! That's just one more conversation. That's not bad. A lot of good, yeah. Well, and it's... My favorite term when it comes to gaming is the creation of video games is a craft. It's not art, it's not science. Now, I believe games are art, so I don't want to get into that conversation, but, you know, a lot of people classify things as like, is it art, is it science? It's like, yes, it's all those things, right? It is a craft. And when I say a craft, I think of game development from this standpoint. Think of a classic craftsman. Your classic craftsmen are things like a glass blower or a swordsmith. You know, these artisans of old type of idea. And if you get to thinking about that, they are well versed in aesthetics, but they're also well versed in the sciences, you know, like a swordsmith. needs to understand how metal is heated and cooled to give it strength, to get the structure of the, you know, the steel to be a certain way. But it still has to have an aesthetic, right? And I think of game developers and software engineers the same way, where they are these craftsmen that create these amazing products. Willie, why do we need to see Willie? Probably for something. Okay, where is Jesse? I don't know where Jesse is. Alright, well, let's hit the beach. I think we can get one cutscene done, and then we'll come back. So anyway, you know, because of that, though, it's also not an exact science. You can't sit down and say, okay, here's the formula. Just follow this formula and you'll make a great game. If you look at a great game and an okay game, 80% of those two games might be very similar, but it's that something special. And that's where game developers make their money, right? Is because they have to try to capture that. And it's not easy. Even some of the greatest game developers have had flops. You know, again, it's not an exact science. So. It's something that he was talking about. I think in the PC Gamer interview, he was kind of talking about he needs to put Stardew aside until he finishes the other one. And I think that's what he's going to do. I don't think you're going to see any official Stardew updates until Haunted Chocolatier comes out. Because it's too easy to keep going back to the one. Yeah, it's, you know, you don't see it very often. The only thing you could parallel it a little bit is you will sometimes see a director release a director's cut of a film or something like that. But that's something that's somewhat unique to video game development, is exactly what you said. It's this idea that it's essentially can never be done. You can keep working on it. You can keep tweaking it. You can keep adding and changing things. Hey, Soulfire, welcome to the chat. Welcome to the stream. Good to see you. Yeah, today has been a good day. We've had a very engaging Q&A session going on in here today. Yeah, I like the rain. I miss the rain. I live in a desert. We don't get a lot of rain. You hope they come this way. So is Sebastian goth or emo? What do you think? Being around people makes me feel anxious. That sounds emo. I'm just being friends with everybody. I don't know if I'm gonna... Oh, actually, we are marrying. We're marrying Morris. Is predetermined. Actually, we could propose... We need to... Thanks for reminding me. I need to go buy the pendant. It's raining today. We can buy the pendant today. But yeah, we're gonna marry Morris. Oh, don't tell Morris. I completely forgot about the pendant. We're gonna have to decide. I'm gonna have to create a stream that is one of our core. Like, I want to make the thumbnail very, very distinct that we're gonna marry Morris. So we're gonna have to figure out what would be a good day to marry Morris. Do we want a fall wedding? Alright, let's talk to this guy. Alright, well, we at least have the piece. Now we can decide. Okay, so far that hasn't been destroyed. So we need to find Jesse. Where's Jesse? Yeah, we've got to somehow... I think, isn't Pierre's birthday in the spring? I don't know if I want to wait till the spring. Yeah, spring 26 is Pierre's birthday. Let's just look at the calendar. I don't know that I want to wait till spring. Summer. Is there anything going on in the fall? Spring, summer. Fall 1 might not be bad. Do I want a fall wedding or a summer wedding? That I don't know. I'm torn. Fall 1 would be halfway through the year, essentially. And it'd be right after the Moonlight Jellies, which is my favorite event. Yeah, I don't really see anything that's like a standout, obvious reason to get married. Anything in the winter? Yeah, unless we waited till spring and got married on Pierre's birthday again, but don't know if I want to wait that long. Alright, I'm a pseudo target fall, the first of fall. I don't know why. Or we could do Saturday the 27th, the day before the Moonlight Jellies, kind of the end of summer type of thing, which would make that, what's today, Tuesday? That'd be Thursday's stream. So I think Thursday or Friday. So either Saturday the 27th or Monday the 1st of fall are my guts. I might put a poll up. We might put a poll up to see when we get married. Wednesday. Oh, that's right, Wednesday. Is there a Wednesday that would work really good? Wednesday the 3rd. Third, 10th, 17th. There's a lot of birthdays on Wednesdays. 3 of the 4 in the summer. Actually, only 1 of the 4 in the fall. Never mind. 3 of the 4 in the winter, though. I'm kind of leaning towards the 27th. A summer wedding, a late summer wedding. Okay, we need to find Jesse, though. That's what we're working on. I had some time to work out those details. Oh, if you can get a pun in, it might just make it worth it. All right, Jesse, where are you? There you are. Okay, this is getting weird. Is it weird, Jesse? Is it weird? Okay, run. Okay, let's get there first, because I don't think it'll trigger. I want to see where he goes, then we'll trigger the cutscene. Let's not interrupt him. Look at my little slide move. All right, dude. I want to see how you've been destroying my you've already broken 4 of my worm bins, so let's see where you go. Okay, I think this side might be safe then. As long as he doesn't walk back. Yeah, with this stuff down here, I don't think he would walk on that side anyway. Okay. We need to leave and come back to trigger the cutscene. Hi, Elliot. Sorry. Just using your house. You're right in my automobile. Wish I knew you were alive and well. Good evening, Jolene. I didn't expect to see you out in this weather. I love the rain. That is true. Hey, unbelievably Benny, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. Victus to Adam Geeky. I thought I built you a button. I don't see your button. I'm gonna have to add your... Okay, let me add this to my to-do list. Build Benny a button. I'm doing quite well, thank you. Artsy Gadget playthrough Victus. Yeah, I don't see your button. I swore I built you a button. Anyway, welcome to the stream. Rains well, keeps... Okay. You may have heard the tales of the strange creature, possibly one of the merfolk, glimpsed off the edge of the wharf. Well, I've been to your house and seen the drawings, so... But choose a day like today, when it rains, keeps the villagers indoors. Sing to them, perhaps I think the music might guide them home. I'll let my character sing, but you do not want to hear me sing. It's not going to attract anything. Oh, we got our harp out again. Oh, it's the mermaid song. Hey, it's Lexi! Oh, is that it? Let's see. What do we got? 6 to 8. All right, we can go see the book reading. All right, so it doesn't look like he's going to destroy our current setup here then, so we just need to relearn how to make worm bins again, because I lost that recipe at some point, which means we need to fish. Because I don't think we can buy them. Which was disappointing. I was actually surprised that we couldn't buy them. We can buy nearly everything else. Or maybe the mod won't let you buy things if you don't have the crafting recipe. That might be true. We'll test that when we get the recipe again. Yeah, the mermaid song is pretty good. I turned it off as well, but at some point something updated and it got turned on because I normally run with it off. And so it's off now, but I paid the price in a couple of my resets. So we're working our way through it. Kind of sucks. Yeah, I don't think it makes sense to turn it on. Like, just because I'm going through the skill system again doesn't mean I forgot how to do something. So I'm just getting better at it. I can't wait to hear it. Maybe I should read some books. Look at that. That's horrible. I don't think I've read any of them. You go, Fabio. Ever since I was a young boy. Oh, there's a song lyric there. I can't remember what it is. Start my own life, I moved here. I was drawn to the peaceful beauty of the valley and hoped that days of quiet reflection in this idyllic atmosphere would fan the literary flames. Countless hours of school my own writing desk, I present you my first novel, Camilla Station. It's a romance novel about a train stewardess that falls in love with a traveling architect. Alright, that's a journey. Your ticket, sir. Gosman extended a gloved hand towards the young commuter. Ah, yes, I have it right here, he replied, reaching into his coat pocket. Mortified, he discovered the ticket was missing. Gasped. Clara, there's something I must tell you, he blurted as she turned to leave. Clara turned slowly and saw the look of desperation in Horatio's eyes. At that moment, Gosman burst into the compartment, red-faced. Well, that concludes my reading. I'll be selling signed copies of the book by the front desk. Thanks for listening. I wouldn't have taken you as a giant Bob Hope fan. I do remember. Can I have a signed copy? Put it in my inventory. All right, 5 o'clock. I feel obligated to gain some skill in something. We're close on combat. We could get to level 5 in fishing. We hit level 10 in foraging today. Maybe fishing? Yeah, let's go mountain fishing. I don't think we're not going to get a good what am I thinking? Jeez, Skull Cavern run in today. It's already 5 o'clock. But we got all of our cutscenes done, so let's see if we can crank out some fishing XP here. We don't need a ton. 500? A little over 500. That's within a reasonable wheelhouse, I think. We got a gold and an iridium. Okay, so I've mentioned this, but I always never know who's watching when, so I apologize to you that watch full streams, because I know I repeat myself a lot, but our goal here is to get as many perfects as we can, because perfects give you a little over twice as much XP, and we're skill grinding right now. They also give you a higher quality fish, which for money purposes is nice, but money is not an issue on this farm. The Joja Extreme Farm is well established in its coffee, starfruit, and ancient fruit setup that we don't hurt for money. We should check our perfection tracker though, since we got the gold clock. That's going to put us... Are we at 50%? 48%. Nice. We definitely have some work to do, and we just need to sit down and crank through some of these crafting things as well. That would help us. Cooking. Cooking is sad. 93% on the fish, though. That's looking good. But yeah, money is not a concern anymore. And we have ancient fruit all over the farm, which means it's got a season and a half still to grow. It'd be interesting to see. I wonder if we can get mastery and the prestige farming profession done before the end of fall to see if our crops will linger beyond the end date or not. I don't know if we can get all that done. That's asking a lot of XP. Maybe. I'd have to check in on it, on the ale versus coffee. Because hops you can do every day, as opposed to every 2 days. It would add the harvesting burden to harvest it every day. Since I do manually harvest the coffee, but... The question I'd have to look at is... does it take 5 hops to make ale, or is it just 1? I can't remember. Is it 1-to-1? So that would help. Because the thing that helps with coffee is it's 4 beans per plant, but I think it takes 5 beans to make a coffee. So you don't have a 1-to-1 ratio per plant per se. Fishing tackle wore out. Unacceptable. Back to corks. Yeah, it'd be interesting to look at the numbers on it and see. I mean, the reason I've always gone coffee is it's a good cash crop, but also it gives me an infinite supply of speed boost. So it's kind of a, you get that extra, like what you don't sell, you use what you don't sell type of thing. Okay. Well, we leveled fishing. So that's number 5. We're getting a 10 choice there, a 5 choice there. I don't think we're getting combat done. How much do we need? 42. Yeah. I don't think at 9 o'clock I can get combat done. 4,300. That'd be 735 XP. It'd be close. It'd be really close. Attach things to the fishing pole. That's pretty good. I'll give you that one. Well, while I'm trying to decide what to do, like I could keep fishing. We could keep grinding out some fishing XP. We could go back and I see 30 likes. We could go do a chicken rave. We could go over to Skull Cavern and see how close we could get on hitting level 10. Yeah, it's been a long day. It's funny because if we don't pause, the in-game Stardew day is only like 14 minutes. But we've had good conversation. All right, let's see. Let's get crazy here. We're not even going to collect our rewards. We're just going to go straight after monsters. A triple leveling would be cool. I don't know if we're going to pull it off or not, but... Let's get all of the bats. Chase us, bats. Come here, Mr. Bat. Oh, I think that's way too far away to collect this stuff. Smash, smash, smash. Help if I equip my sword and not my pickaxe. There's so much more combat done that way. Yay, mummies! Sorry, guys. You seem like decent fellows, but we need your XP. Oh, this is what we like to see. Like there's like a mummy rave going on over here. They're all attending like a dance or a family reunion or something. Ah, crap. My arrow killed that with my pickaxe equipped, which means the Crusader enchantment didn't kick in. But we're moving on. I'm not going to wait for it. Yeah, we did it! Nice, at midnight and everything. Okay. We're grinding through some XP then. I didn't think we had a shot at that, honestly. I thought that was going to be a failure. Inventory's full. Unacceptable. Inconceivable. You keep using that word. I don't think it means what you think it means. Uh-oh. Radioactive goggles. Ooh. That doesn't mess up my buns. We might have to do the radioactive goggles. Largemouth bass. We're good on largemouth bass. Chub. We're good on chub. Recycle. Okay, let's see. Let's just clean out the rest of this. And that goes in there. Nope. Those come to us. Alright, come on. Make me look cool. Not really. You can't really see my buns. I'll wear them for now, but... Unfortunately, I don't think I'm going to keep them. All right, 417. Oh, I was about to give up, but you can give me more levels. 425. That seems like a good place to stop. All right, another inventory clean out here. And then we have raving responsibilities. I'm not 100% sure why I had coal in with my cheese and mayo, but so be it. That's a pretty cheap sales day for us. I don't think we have anything big. Might have some fish. The fish smoker. One. Clean, clean, clean. Anything for Gunther? I doubt it. Nope, nope, nope. All right, storage. We really should probably start using our Joja Cola for things. I could give up my food and just go to Joja Blue. Look at that. Energy and... that's insane. These are just coming from the Joja beasts. That pretty much has given us a supply of everything that we need. Could give up my cheese. Give up lots of stuff. All right. Oh yeah, the ice rod makes some crazy noise on the whoopee cushion. Yeah. All right. Well. Yeah. You can kind of see my buns, but I don't know. Could put on sunglasses, I guess. We're going to pass out on the floor because I was looking at my buns. Don't take that out of context. All right, what do we got? Planted trees grow 25% faster. All trees now have a chance to drop hardwood. Tappers are cheaper to craft. Tapped trees give syrup 25% faster. Well, we don't have anything tapped right now. So we'll just go with all trees have a chance to drop hardwood. Not that we need that either. We've already done both of those. Crab pots are cheaper to craft, can trap higher quality fish. We'll take that. Desperado damage plus 50% from hip-fired shots that hit a new target within 0.8 seconds of the last. Can overcharge the slingshot. Slime hutch capacity plus 50%. Slimes raised in the hutch are summoned in combat. One can be assigned as a hot hat slime. Hat slime to carry items. So you can put a hat on your slime, and then it becomes a pack rat. We'll get there eventually. All right. I am going to take a quick break. You don't like me talking about my buns? I agree. All right, let's take a quick break. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back. Yeah, Linus seems like he could be stubborn. I like Linus, but let's just say set in his ways. All right, well, we are at an interesting impasse here. We need to start resetting skills, but we only want to do one a night. So we can still gain fishing skills, so we'll probably work on that. I think we'll get combat reset. Now let's get foraging reset today, combat tomorrow. And then maybe, I think tomorrow night's stream might be a combat challenge. What's our calendar look like? It's Trout Derby. And Moonlight Jellies. I think we might still do it. I think we might make tomorrow's stream a... Can we get from 0 to... 0 to level 10 in 1 week? Because we will have bonus XP going. 1, 2, 3. We've been through it twice, so it'll be our third time through. So we'll have essentially a little over a 20% XP jump. Let's look here. Yeah, because we're still at 1.1. And that's cleared. It stayed cleared, so that's good. Alright, well, let's go ahead and deal with our normal daily chores. We do have 30 likes. I don't think we did our 30 like rave, did we? Alright, let's get this rolling. Get a little warm-up rave going. We're going to go through the whole gambit. All 4 of our favorites. All right, Emily, crank it up. Lydia getting in with the chicken rave. Good to see you, Lydia. Arr. All right, you guys know the drill. Oh, I missed. Missed with my emoji. There, that one's better. All right, everybody. Thank you guys so much. 30 likes is doing really well. That's above what we normally are at. 30 is about where we peak out, so 40 would be amazing. Smash that like button. Hit that notification bell. All of those things that all the fancy YouTubers say. It does make a big difference, though. The algorithm, the vaulted algorithm. Uh-oh. What's up, Sam? My band is playing the show tonight in Zuzu City. Yeah. We are going to get a bonus band rave tonight because I'm pretty sure we picked the heavy option. I'll be there, my friend. I'm going to bring a crowd, if that's okay. All right, coffee day. Our trees are starting to grow. They look a little sickly, honestly, but... But they are starting to grow. What do we have? 14 days left. Yeah, the blue chicken has become synonymous, I think. Even before, I think even before Joja, I'm trying to remember. Did the blue chicken, was it born out of the Joja playthrough, or did we... I'm trying to remember if we did blue chicken stuff before the Joja run. It came into its own during the Joja. Yeah, Dread is the reason we have the blue chicken. She was one of the instigators of it. In channel lore, if you will. But yeah, I don't remember. I don't remember. It is definitely the channel mascot at this point. So I think that absolutely is true. Where are we at on 2 days on these? Okay. Whoa, I can't drive straight, evidently. Alright, just so we can hear it hit, we're gonna pop in here. Bam! Bam! Making coffee. Alright, done. Help wanted. Alright, how much fishing do they want? Actually, we've got rainbow trout we could do, red mullet we could do. Today might just be a fishing day. That's the only thing we can gain skill in anyway. So we might just do that. Alright, let's pop home. Need to get to the sewer. Let's go take care of that. Is it you? Nope. Speaking of misclicks. That's the island. It's the beach. I should learn to remember those. Whoa, the fairy came flying out of nowhere. Alright. We'll reset foraging tonight, we'll reset combat tomorrow. Okay, let's see. Wanted. Alex's birthday. We don't have to worry about, but if we see him, we'll give him a gift. Do we have anything ready to harvest? Because the Joja moles won't come out in the rain. We have poppies. Blueberries. Hops. Alright, well, we're going to do a little manual harvest today. The downside to a manual harvest is if we let the Jojamos harvest, there's a chance at getting extra crops, but it's not that big of a deal. Alright, we need to grab Starfruit. We should still have a big supply. We do. Alright, the whole top half of this now is all starfruit, so. I got our first corn. Our first blueberries as well. Alright, let's get crops. Corn. 25. Blueberries. 25. Poppies! We need to do poppies. But before we do that, let's go ahead and unify the poppies. There we go. Put all the poppies in there, and then we'll take out all the poppies. 25 poppies. Alright, done and done. So we have corn, we have our summer squash in there, our blueberries, our sunflowers, our poppies, hops, we're good. I suppose we have the capacity. We could just cook up the hops in the And the coffee. Yeah, let's throw these in here. Let me double check something. How long does it take? I don't want to mess up my coffee production. I think it's a pretty quick turnaround, but I want to make sure. Hops. Pale ale. It's a day and a half. And our coffee gets done every 2 days. So I think we can pull that off. Seems reasonable. We don't have a ton of hops here. You can sell hops from 25 to 50. Pale ale 300 to 600. You might be right. Artisan 420 to 840. The downside to hops, I'll say if I went over to hops as a replacement to coffee, like I said, you would lose the bonus, you know, of using it for transportation. But I'd also have to figure out a way to harvest it because it's a trellis crop. So I might install like a walkthrough trellis mod if I was going to do a lot of hops, because that would get annoying really quick. Yeah, you have to harvest every day. And like I said, you'd either have to have the tractor range set to huge, which I could do it in my inside spaces, or make it so you can walk through trellis crops. There's mods for that, so it's something we could do. But yeah, you're right. It does commit you to harvesting every day. I mean, every other day for the coffee is bad enough. Let's see. There we go. Got to find all my bits and pieces. But I think you're right. I think if just from pure numbers and profitability, I actually do think it would be more profitable. All right, let's see. I'm pretty sure. I'm going to double check this. We'll keep that in there for now. I think these are worth more selling them than they are to make them into mayo. All right, seeds are done. Oh, we got some poppies. Poppies, poppies. No, you don't go in there, poppies. Poppies, 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 poppies. Okay, that is done. Bus stop at 4. Where do we want to fish today? I tend to think I get the most XP in the ocean. Puppies will put them to sleep. That'd be another way to do it, yeah. Because that would be... It's interesting, because if you plant stuff inside, you lose the access to the Junimos. I like the puppies. There's an old song. It's like a retelling of the... Is it a song or a comedic bit? Like a Robin Williams bit. But I think it was like a song, a retelling of The Wizard of Oz. And there's a whole section of it about like... poppies and how the poppies put people to sleep and stuff like that. I don't know what I'm thinking about. Okay, I say we hit the ocean. I don't know if it makes any difference, but it feels to me like we gain more XP ocean fishing than we do anywhere else. And it might not be true. Okay, he did not move our chest, so now we just need to relearn our worm bin recipe. And we'll be back in business. Not that we need those anymore. We put those in mostly so that we could get the fishing collection done. So it's not critical that we get it up and running again. $68 XP isn't bad though. Oh, what were the fishing quests that we needed? Rainbow trout. We have 2 days for that one. Red mullet. Alright, where's Willie? Lewis. Okay, Willie's out here. We'll finish this bubble spot. We'll go talk to Willie. And then we'll probably go trout fishing. And then we'll go into town. We'll rock out to some excellent music from Sam the Sham and the Pharaohs. And then we'll come back and fish some more, probably. I don't think it's doable. It'd be nice to get fishing to level 10, because then we would have hit 3 of the skills. Feel like we lost a cork bobber here. Or did we lose our linger effect? Yeah, I bet you we lost the lingering effect. Bing! Have you blown up the farm? It's fine as long as you don't have monsters on your farm, but you're playing with monsters on the farm, that napalm ring can do some damage. I miss my napalm ring. Napalm ring and pyrotechnic, that combination, that is mining heaven. I just grin internally the entire time those two are going off. I've done it a couple of times. I would say early on it's more of an issue. But yeah, it's later in the game, having the monsters on the farm is like, whatever. You can almost ignore them. Well, this bubble spot is an infinite bubble spot. I'm liking that. We'll just keep cranking out XP here. Don't mind the 60 a pop, that's not too bad. Now, on the Deserted Island playthrough with the 25% per level, I think we had some fish that were popping over 100 per catch. So I don't think we're going to get quite that high because our multiplier's been lower. Fishing tackle wore out. Say it isn't so, Joe. Well, I messed that one up twice. See, only 31 XP. That would have been over 60 if we would have kept it in the perfect. Concentrate. Stay on target. 54. Oh, I got greedy. I was trying to stay perfect and get the chest for big XP. That's the way we get greedy. 182 for XP, see? Now we're talking. At 182 a pop, you can fly through XP. 1500 is nothing. But that's a edge case. That's an outlier. Turn around and get a 26. Wow, this is a storm. It's a good thing we're standing on the pier. That's safe. With an iridium rod in our hands, waving it around in the air. Just asking to be struck by lightning. I am impressed how long this bubble spot has stayed going, though. It's pretty insane. There we go. Spoke too soon. No, that was a good one. That was a good run. Alright, Willie, are you still... Yeah, you're still there. So let's go get that turned in. It's 4 o'clock. We can go see Sam play, and then we'll catch rainbow trout after. Is there a... time limit on them? Ooh, they end at 7. Oh, they're only sunny, so... we can't do that anyway. Doesn't say it's going to rain tomorrow, so we can get the trout tomorrow. So that'll work out. Not that I'm going to change our bobber. Like, we are Joja through and through, so... $150. Let's get out of this rain. Go to the city. Think Linus will go? Okay, let me get my stuff ready for you. We're gonna rave with you, Sam. Are you guys ready to rock and roll? Don't get nervous. We've heard you play this song many times. We're good. Let her rip. What's that dude doing? We're called Goblin Destroyer. Oh, one of my favorites. That guy's rocking. Just one hand, I guess. Oh, look at this dancing going on here. All right, good job, guys. We love that song. I know Linus hanging over by the dumpsters is pretty funny. There's some good dancing going on in there, though. He's still going. This guy is in his own world. The music stopped, and he's just... But you should really be clapping for Jolene. Yes, Jolene! Without her help, we'd never have decided the kind of music to make in the first place. I'm here for you, Sam. I only take 25% managerial credit, and I want to play bass. Oh, this guy's still going, too. Cassettes! Cassettes! I kind of miss cassettes. 33%? You're saying I negotiated a bad deal? Well, evidently we just need to forage here. Jeez. Actually, I probably shouldn't have left it, but we need to reset our forage. Okay. Again, we are kind of at a spot where everything is maxed out. Forage will reset tonight. Combat will reset tomorrow night. But we're still in a fishing grind. So I think we eat and fish. Let's go back to the beach. We'll fill up on cheese. Max out our energy. Hey, Willie. Let's see. We're getting pretty full. Honestly, I think we're kind of full up on all of our fish. Let's see. Tuna. What's our tuna at? Well, we could add a gold, take away a silver. A lot of these aren't high quality because we were fishing that bubble spot that was close to the dock, so we weren't getting as good of quality. So I don't think these are going to replace anything. So let's go ahead and just cook them up. Couple of more grapes. Geode crusher. Did we ever max out Vincent? I think we did. So keeping the grapes isn't really a thing. Although they are a forageable, so let's start another stack in there just to have them. Alright, now we should get some higher quality stuff because we'll cast out farther. Instead of fishing right next to the dock. The pencil turn. Now, how much did you have or remember 8 tracks? Nancy might remember 8 tracks. We had an 8-track player in our car. We had 2 8-tracks that we wore out. One was called Looney Tunes and one was called Dumb Ditties. They were all novelty songs. Love that kind of music. Ah, the 33 or the 45. Now, if you want to go old, what about 78s? Did you have any 78 records? Ooh, 139. Feeling good about that one. My grandma had tons of albums. Like, she was a collector. So she had rooms full of mostly 33s, the full-on albums, some 45s. She has some pretty rare stuff, some rare Beatles stuff and things like that. I don't know that I ever owned a 78. That predates me a little bit. I had some Kiss albums. Was it Destroyer? I think I had Destroyer. Is that one of their albums? I still have a Star Wars album, 2-album set from when I was a kid. One of them, unfortunately, is cracked. But it's got the double opening, big fold Star Wars stuff. I had a Star Wars disco album. That was pretty good. But yeah, cassettes is probably where I put most of my music of my youth was on cassettes. Not that I didn't listen to those other things, but... eight-tracks were pretty cool. It was kind of a cool tech. I used to have some around here, but I think I got rid of them all. I don't think I have them left anymore. But yeah, really the soundtrack of my youth was on cassette. That's what we had when we were kids. Sticks. Nice. Most of my rotation would have been... I had Kiss, like I said, I had Kiss on album. But almost everything else was cassette. A lot of hair bands. Guns N' Roses, Poison. Motley Crue, Rat. Def Leppard. Oh, the Hysteria album. I love the Hysteria album. Def Leppard Hysteria is arguably one of those albums that, like, I like a lot of artists and a lot of music, but there's few artists will all listen to an entire album back to back and love every song on it. The Def Leppard Hysteria album is pretty close. That's a good album. Motley, or not Motley Crue, Quiet Riot. Love me some Quiet Riot. Yeah, that Hysteria is a great, like the whole thing is good. And there's a lot of albums that way. I'm not saying that was the only one. But there are some albums where it's like, yeah, I like 3 of these songs. The rest of them are like, eh. Unless you just love the artist. Electric Avenue. That's a good one. I want to rock on down to Electric Avenue. Oh, was it the same artist that did Freakazoid, or is that a different artist? I can't remember. Might have been a different artist. But yeah, Freakazoid. What else is in my rotation? I liked, like, growing up, I liked Beatles, Beach Boys. A lot of stuff like that as well. Not just the hair bands. Alright, 1234. Is that 1, 2, 3, 4? 1, 2, 3, 4. Look at our XP. 1, 2, 3, 4. I love when numbers align. It's exciting. For a moment, we can enjoy the 1, 2, 3, 4. And then it's gone. Last of my bait. Holy cow. We have been doing some fishing then, haven't we? Alright, let's push. We only need 200 more. I think level 7 is in our sights here. There's no way we'll get 3 levels tomorrow though. We're not getting to 10, but ooh, that guy's got some spunk. That must be a super cucumber. What do you think? Super cucumber? Make your bets. There you are, my friend. Well, knocking out 93 XP fish is definitely helpful. Sorry, Alex, we missed your birthday. We were fishing. That seems like a legitimate reason to miss somebody's birthday. I was fishing. They should be like, okay, it's all good. You are in relaxation mode. I forgive you. Alright, one more fish ought to do it. Or 20 pieces of trash. Which I'm pretty sure we won't have time to collect 20 pieces of trash, but well, that wasn't... Alright, so one thing I've got to remember, I got a new keyboard a week or so ago, and I love the keyboard, but holy cow, are the keys sensitive. And what I mean by that is it takes very little pressure to trigger the key. So what happened there is I just had my hand resting on the A key, and the slightest pressure made me walk sideways. I love it. It's so responsive. It's great, but you had to be a little bit careful with it. So let's keep that just in case we need it. I usually sell those, but oh, that's very cool. Yeah, Elvis is some solid music. Okay, let's see. What do we have? Super cucumbers. We'll keep those. Is that 3? Yeah. 7. We don't need 7 of you. Definitely don't need you. Red mullet. We have iridium. Flounders. We have iridium. Red snapper. I don't even see a red snapper in there. Nope. Alright, we'll keep one of each of those. Tuna. Now we have 5 tuna. Alright, the rest of that can get cooked. What about over here? Sea jellies. Anything else? Alright, bait goes in there. Museum, toss that in there. Toss that in there. Recycle, 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 recycle. Anything else? Anything else? Anything else? No. Get the gold ore in. Rusty cog. How we missed that. In you go. All right. Cook me some fish. More sales. 39,000. 43,000. 44,000. Okay, so dinosaur mayonnaise is worth 880. Okay, so right now we must not have the artifact book that gives you the extra stuff. We do need to take one of those to Gunther, though. Oh, hold on. You guys can still hear stuff, but my wireless headphones went a little funky. Okay, let's pull these out. There we go, and we'll Dino Mayo 2 of those. And we'll take that one to Gunther. Alright, my audio is back. Why we have wool in there? Don't ask. Somebody can't click. Alright, we're almost through getting everything sorted here. We caught a few boxes of soda there. Joja Cola. Joja for all your drinking pleasures. Okay, let's see. I so want to wear the radioactive goggles. But we've already discussed my buns, and so we're not going to go any farther with that. Oh, for sure. Yeah, it does have some cooking elements to it, doesn't it? The Love of Cooking mod might actually help that as well. I think the Love of Cooking mod has some enhancements to cooking that could get you there. I didn't reinstall that one. I don't have Love of Cooking on for this run, but... Okay, I think... Whew, that was a lot of sorting, but I think we're through everything. Do we have any crop? We shouldn't have any crops because the Jojamos will stay inside. It's going to be hard for me to start calling them Junimos again. I've been calling them Jojamos for so long now. Alright, I'm getting some coconuts we need to crack. Yeah, the Walk of Life mod not only changes skills, but it changes a lot of the processing chains of stuff. Yeah, I'll have to jump over to the I don't have Discord open right now, but you put it up in the screenshots on Discord. I'll have to check that out. Okay, let's see. Well, I apologize, Alex, for missing your birthday, but again, I think you'll understand. Okay, we got the bait maker. Trap bobber, fine. Cork bobber, treasure hunter. So what is... Deluxe worm bin is level 8. Alright, we're close. We hit level 7. So we'll get there, I guess. Alright, let us take a quick break. We'll be back, and I think Sunday is going to be a lot of fishing. We'll see. We can forage again, so we should probably start cracking the large stumps to crank through foraging, another level of foraging. We need to reset combat for tomorrow's stream, and I think we're going to go all in on combat again. So, all right, we'll be right back. We'll see you all on Sunday. All right, welcome back, welcome back. Day 14, Sunday. So we should now have Foraging is reset, so it's on its last playthrough. We'll reset combat today. We're not gonna get to level 10 fishing today, but we're in striking distance. Feeling pretty good about that. Fishing is one that you can actually grind out the XP pretty quick. Like there's some randomness to it. It's not that, but it's less about having to find things. You just stand there and take care of things. Rockin' success. You go, Sam. Alright, let's see. We shouldn't have anything in here. Oh, we're good there. Nothing there. That's gone, that's gone. While we're walking south, we'll drink some coffee, eat some crab cakes, as you do as you're walking through your giant fields of ancient fruit. Alright, they're harvesting, but those are all regrowth crops. So they should be able to get through those without any problem. Okay, let's get a little bit of work done here. Oh, I forgot. With the Walk of Life, it actually makes higher quality stuff. Huh. Maybe the old adage of sell your eggs directly is not a thing for us. I'll have to play around with that. Alright, we have hops going, but we still have capacity for coffee. So that's a good thing. Let's see, we probably should go see Gunther. We have at least the egg. I think it's going to be mostly a fishing day. We do have the trout derby next week. How much trout do we have saved up? Because we're going to want to have trout for bait. Or how much trout bait do we have? That'd be the question. Oh, we have 45 rainbow trout bait. Okay, never mind. We're in okay shape there. Alright, well, I think while we're down here, let's go ahead and get our forage on. I love later in the Walk of Life mod, when you have the bonuses, you have the infrastructure, and you pop a thing and it's just like gain level, gain level, gain level. So we've already gained 2 levels of foraging. Alright, these have gone up to 33. They were at 30. So again, our 10% increase definitely helps. Now, at least, so for Walk of Life, when it resets, you still go through the skill progression in the same thing, right? Like level 1, level 2, level 3 are the same amount. When you get into the prestige professions, they're all 5,000 per level. So that does take a little bit longer. But when we reset here, you'll notice that, like, it's still only 390 to get to level 3. So that makes it not too terribly bad at the early levels to get those up and running. Alright, we'll leave the trees in the grass, because the mining stuff can't grow in the grass. But the ones out here in the dirt need to go, because we don't want to give up space for our mining stuff. Ooh, let's try something here. Nope. So those are just decorative. I think. Oh, no, we can't harvest them. Okay. Cool. Can harvest stuff up on the wall there. Oh, we can cut the trees down too. That was unexpectedly cool. Bonus. Alright, 3 levels of foraging. Looks like Robin's done. Make sure she's working today. She should be. Alright, let us... Is this one... Oh, that one's done. Alright, we need to get that one set up. Cool. So let's go ahead and clean that area out. We need some wood. We need to clean out our inventory. Drops. Alright, let's go see Robin. We'll get our next shed up and running. And then we need to place kegs in our current existing shed. Ooh, we need to do that first. Actually, we'll just build them side by side. We can move them later. So I'm pretty sure we have everything upgraded, right? Yep. So normally what I would do is I would build this shed right here, but we haven't put our stuff in that shed yet, so we can't do that. Before we do anything, let's go ahead and paint our new shed. Once they become big sheds, we can paint them. So we'll collect the colors from that building, apply them to this building. Perfect. So what we'll do instead is we will just, instead of putting it here, we'll place this one here. And then that will give us time to work on our existing shed. It just needs to go. Alright, you guys have seen this before. But we're increasing our capacity. A Joja farm is nothing. Go Joja. Without its infrastructure and capacity. Shed after shed, full of kegs. Alright, everybody. If you, obviously, probably not at the extreme level that we're building stuff, but if you partake in kegs, where do you put your kegs? Where's your favorite keg spot? On the farm and off the farm. Who puts their kegs off the farm in other locations? What do you guys got? I find tunnel wine intriguing. if you put your kegs in the tunnel. I've seen some people that line the entire path up to the perfection spot with kegs. At that point, you don't need them as much, since if you've hit perfection, I'm not 100%. Oh, I trapped myself in there. What else you're grinding for, but... trying to think of where the weirdest spot I've put kegs. Pretty traditional, usually in my house or in a shed. Alright, I do believe we are up to shed 5. Keg shed 5. We are. Jordan's Den, good to see you. Yeah, so I don't know how much you've been watching, but we have... Oh, man. We harvest every week about 3,200 ancient fruit. We also harvest somewhere around 800 starfruit. This is going to put us at... Where are we? Let me get a number here. We were at 3,631 kegs before I set this shed up. So that should put us at about 38, 36, 38, 35. Something like that. We're almost 4,000 kegs. So we have about 500 kegs there. Let's see. 500 kegs there, about 500 kegs there. I think there's about 1,200 kegs there. And then it's like 200, 200, 200, 200, 200. And then I think there's about 500 kegs there, if I remember right. But yeah, so this is our farm. We have... so it's 9 Jojamo or Junimo huts. That's all ancient fruit there. And then this is all just normal summer crops. And then we have, like I said, about 800 starfruit between the greenhouse, the tree house, the cave, and the winery. It's pretty crazy. Okay, let's see. So we got Robin building our next shed. Those are all in place. I think... I don't think anything down here is going to be ready to harvest. We'll go take a look, but... Yeah, that's all starfruit. Yeah, I think we're good there. We should probably check our starfruit though. But I think we replanted the starfruit relatively recently. So I don't think it's done yet. Yeah, we still have 8 days. 8 days on starfruit. Oh, no worries, no worries. When are you gonna stream next? Or have you streamed again? I saw your video, but I don't know that I saw your stream. Go to channel here. Oh, I appreciate it. I'm glad I could help. Let's see. Yeah, I don't see your stream yet. But yeah, if you guys want to check out, we'll throw your link in here. If you want to check out MH Reels, he's just getting started in Stardew. But it's cool. It's cool to watch somebody figure stuff out. We've raided Jordan's Den before, haven't we? We've raided you before, I think. Weren't you playing Donkey Kong or something the other day? I can't remember. Donkey Kong or Mario Kart or something? Yeah, I like this farm. So it's called the Legacy Farm. It's a modded farm, obviously. But so it's got this tree house with teleporters. That's a feature of it. It's also got an extensive cave system. So we've got this cave that also has farming capabilities. Then this floor has farming capabilities. Then this floor has a quarry that we've already mined out today. But normally there's ore and tree stumps and stuff in there. So that's cool. And then over on the west side, we've got trees that I've cut down. There's 10 more hardwood stumps in here for foraging. But these will all regrow. So that's kind of an automatic tree farm that exists. And this farm is huge. It's a big map. Then over on this side, let's get out of the tractor. So this is what it's supposed to look like. I have put kegs in pretty much everywhere I could. And then there's a winery here, which we also have kegs in. So there's 3 floors here. So floor 1 and floor 2, I've got kegged up completely. And then floor 3 here is also all Starfruit. So that's all the Legacy Farm map, all those components to it. That's how we have so many kegs in. But yeah, this is interesting though, because the grass doesn't spread in here. I built that tree farm, but I took it out to put kegs in. You can't place buildings over here, so I couldn't Junimo hut over here. So I just turned it into a giant keg processing place. We don't get over here very often. It's what you're talking about is real, right? The nerves are real, so I don't want to discount the nerves. That being said, you know, again, you can't make your second version of anything until you do the first. So just embrace it, go with it. Let's clean off our road here a little bit. There we go. And just know that mistakes are going to happen and it's okay. Alright, well, we got a lot of work done, but we haven't got any fishing done. And I don't think we're going to get a hold level today. But we got our kegs in place. That's good. So our next ancient fruit. Oh, nah. It's like, I was going to say, should we put Starfruit in the new building? But I think we're going to hold off. Absolutely, absolutely. That's what gaming communities are about, man. It's about helping and supporting each other. We're all on our own version of the journey, so we wish you the best of luck. Super cucumber, I'm gonna guess. Feels aggressive. Man, I'm all over the map on this one. I guess the last piece of advice, if you're still there, I'll leave you with is the destination is important. You know, keep your eye on that, but not at the cost of the journey. Enjoy it. Enjoy the process. Be able to look back and say, it was fun. It was a fun getting there. You still want to push towards success and things, but don't make it a miserable experience just because you're trying to gain success. There's room for both. If you can do that, everything else will work itself out. It works both ways. You can't turn the journey into being more important than the success either. You know, there are some times where you have to make a sacrifice or do something that, you know, makes the journey not as fun in light of success, but somewhere in the middle there's a balance. Find that balance and everything else will work itself out. It's easier to say than do, for sure. Are you gonna start over? I don't know. You're trying to leave. I keep asking you questions. Like you had the video that you put up. Are you gonna continue that playthrough, or are you learning enough that you want to start from scratch again on the stream? We might pull half a level here. Given how late we got started, this is actually pretty good. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, the fishing takes some time. It gets better. You've watched me fish a lot today, so you can see that two things happen. You gain skill personally, you just get better at it. And then your equipment, and as your equipment skill goes up, with the bar gets bigger, you know, you get like the tackle and the higher end rods and stuff. But even the developer has said in interviews, he wishes the fishing wasn't so hard at the beginning. It's pretty brutal. Yeah, I watched your fishing struggles in your video. It's pretty rough. It gets better. The game does that a lot. It'll give you something that's either annoying, hard, or tedious, and then it'll slowly introduce mechanics that let you automate or, you know, add functionality so that it becomes an easier thing to do. But early fishing is definitely on a lot of players' lists of annoying. It's a struggle for many. I know players that run auto hook mods, so they just don't have to deal with it. So it's like an auto catch. It's just like as soon as you hook it, it just automatically catches it. Come on, little cucumber. Stay on my hook. $10.50? Think we can get to $10.50? That'd be halfway. Given I don't think we started fishing until like 7 or 8. That'll be actually a pretty good pretty good skill gain for today. That means if we would have started at a reasonable time, we could have leveled fishing today, but... Oh, did we reset combat? I don't know that we did. We need to make sure we do that. Okay, we have to give ourselves enough time. Alright, there's 1050. So we made it halfway. Ah! That was not desirable. Can't walk straight. Alright. Combat is reset. Alright, let's see how messed up our inventory is here. Let's see. Super cucumbers. Halibut. What do we have for halibut? 5 iridium. We're good there. Actually, we didn't catch anything but halibut and super cucumbers. That's pretty good. They both give actually pretty decent XP. So maybe late night ocean fishing is the way to go. Alright, let's see. Let's cook them. Oops, we need to cook you as well. How did you get out? Did I click on you? Probably. Cook, 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 cook. Or sell, technically. Sell. Recycle. Geode crush. Is that in the fridge? I have to order more kegs if we do another. We want to do another shed. Coral. Would you be in forage? Yes, you would. Okay, let's see. We have iridium coral. We don't need those. Let's dump that one. Probably don't need those. Don't need those. 41. Yeah, we're getting rid of that one. Yeah. 1934. Okay. Sell off some of our bulk inventory here. Alright, we have mayo and cheese. Also gets sold. Pale ale and coffee. Nothing there. All right. We're at 30,000. 46,000. Oh, keeping that. It's our gift copy. All right, gold coconuts. We forgot to do those. All right, let's go ahead and throw our hops in here. 43, 10, and 7. And the rest of this can get sold. All right, that's 200,000. Joja Cola. I think we're good. Level 1 foraging. Level 2 foraging. Level 3 foraging. Given that we just cut down some stumps and did a little bit of foraging, this is actually pretty good. All right, let's take a quick break. We'll be right back to see what Monday has in store. All right, I'm back. Sorry, was looking for a raid targets. Let's see if this one I found will work or not. Not raidable. I'm gonna ask him if he wants a raid. I want to help this person out. All right, I'm going to ask this person if they want to get raided. And then we will figure out what we're going to do. Okay. What did we get done today? Well, obviously we had the Luau. The Luau was fun. We had the Birdie Quest. That was fun. We got a shed upgraded. And a new shed built. Alright, he's checking. He's checking his setting. I don't remember where the setting is, but... So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sheds. Okay, let's see. So we had the luau. We got the gold clock. So we did get the gold clock put in as well, which means we won't get crap all over our farm. Alright, he changed his settings. Let's see if we can get a raid in on him now. I might have to refresh. Hold on. Alright, so I have to refresh the control dashboard here. And then now, let's see if this will let us in. Redirect, as long as he got his settings saved. There we go. All right. He's in year 2. Seems like a decent guy. I've watched him stream before, so seems decent. Okay. So let's see. So yep, set up the shed, luau, birdie quest, upgrade shed 5, golden clock. We should now have our combat back to level 0. So I think in the next stream, we're gonna go all in combat to level 10? Question mark. We'll probably do some fishing. Getting fishing to level 10 would be nice. Foraging will happen. But I think it's going to be another Skull Cavern Monster Musk run in order to try to get us to... Oh, Excel's complaining at me. How is Excel complaining? Jeez, I just want to copy something. There we go. But fishing, foraging, and combat are the 3 that we need to continue to work on. Foraging will happen. It's in its last playthrough. I'm not worried about that. I don't think we have to target foraging. Fishing and combat... those are ones that I think we have to spend time on. Combat is still the lowest one out of all of that. So, all right, let's see. Calendar wise, we got the Trout Derby. So again, we'll build more sheds, order more kegs, Trout Derby. Those are our big things. We need to figure out when we're going to marry Morris. So I'll probably put a poll. Probably a members poll, to be honest. I like to give the members more. It's either going to be probably the 27th, summer 27, or maybe fall 1. I'll throw a few dates in. And we'll vote to see when we're going to marry Morris. But that won't be in tomorrow night's stream, so we've got a little bit of time on that. Combat to level 10. Grinding skills. We need to start working on walnuts at some point, but We're not going to worry about that right now. Don't have to worry about fall seeds yet. We're good there. Bill says we could get a horse at some time. Fish ponds. I think once we get the sheds done, we might move to fish ponds, but because I want to play around with the Walk of Life mod. It has some things that if you raise a bunch of fish in fish ponds are supposed to make things better. Okay, let's see. Let's check the boards here. Nothing posted there. Oops. What do we have here? Robin's Resource Rush. I'm putting a little promotion just for fun. If anyone can collect 100 pieces of stone in a week, they'll earn a reward. And you can keep the stone. We'll probably do that one. 1,000 pieces of stone is not that big a deal, especially if we are going to do mining runs. So I think we'll do that. Robin's Resource Rush. I can't remember if we've done it before. I think we have, but I don't remember. Robin's Resource Rush. Hey, Kepler. Yeah, we haven't done the dangerous mines yet. I haven't even gotten to the walnut room yet. So I need to maybe another poll. This might become a poll as well. Do I just buy the walnuts? That might be our best bet. If we look, we have found 78. But do I want to spend the time finding the rest? Or I think it's like 500,000 it would cost us now to buy the rest of the walnuts from the parrot. We have 12 million, right? Like, we might just buy the walnuts. I haven't decided yet. It seems like a Joja profit-driven thing to do. But, oh, Monster Slayer. We need to work on Monster Slayer as well. What do we need? Slimes are getting close. Duggies. We knocked out mummies. Pepperex we need. Serpents are actually pretty close, so if we keep making Skull Cavern runs, we'll finish the Pepperexes and Serpents. Okay. I think that'll cover everything for us. So build more sheds, order more kegs, Trout Derby, Robin's Resource Rush. We might try to see how close we can do a level 0 to level 10. Just all in Skull Cavern, Monster Musk, 2, 3, 4, like a 5-day run just to see how far we can get. Might even put that on the thumbnail. We will see. Other than that, the farm is pretty much in automated mode, man. Like, this thing just takes care of itself for the most part. We just collect crap at the end of the day and sell it. What do we have down here? All of our regrowth stuff is fired up. We've got 5 days left on that, 8 days and 7 days. So we got plenty of time for those to finish up. Yeah, it's... This farm is just cranking out money so we can just work on skills. So I think that's what we'll do. Combat will be our number 1. Fishing will be our number 2. Because we'll combat for 5 days, fishing for 2. And we'll see how far we can get them both. We might even go all in on the Trout Derby. And see if we can get 20 tickets a day. As opposed to 10. Just to try something crazy. So I think that's our 2 things. Combat and fishing. 10 levels of combat and 3 levels of fishing. That would be a productive week, so. All right. I think that's going to do it. I want to thank you guys. It was an engaging conversation today. Talking about the future of the industry and such. AI, we covered a lot of ground today, so thank you guys for the engagement. I think the engagement definitely helps. I know that they keep track of, you know, on the algorithm side, they do keep track of not only how many viewers, but how many people are actually engaging in the chat. So when you guys chat, it helps me a ton. So I appreciate that 100%. All right, I think we are going to raid. We're raiding somebody named, I'm not even subscribed to him yet, Sneaky Kylo. I've been kind of listening in. They seem like a decent fellow. So we'll raid those. Let's just go with our standard. If we say chicken raid, nobody understands what it is. So we'll do deconstruction gaming raid. I've already chatted in his chat and asked him to turn on. Are you heading out? But yeah, he had to turn on his raid ability, but all right, so we'll go with that. And we'll give this guy some view times because he's got 182 subscribers. So this should definitely help him out. I do like to help out other Stardew streamers. Okay, with that being said, I think we're going to go ahead and call it a night. Thank you for watching. Thank you for hanging out with us. Thank you for being a positive influence on our community. I think gaming is one of those things that can be a positive influence on a lot of people's lives. Society, mental health, all of the benefits are there. So I want to thank you guys for being a part of that. We will leave you like we always do. Go watch, play, or create something great. Be a part of a gaming community in whatever capacity makes the most sense for you. Thank you so much for being a part of ours. I do really appreciate it. Yeah, Nancy, have a good night. I'm going to pop up and check out your screenshots tonight as well. Congrats on your 125 though. That's impressive. I've never done that. That's definitely something crazy. So congrats on that. All right, everybody, have a wonderful night. Tomorrow night, combat and fishing. That's what we're going to hit on tomorrow. We will see you then. Take care, everybody.